Welcome, everybody. This is a special council meeting of the municipality of the County of Annapolis. Before we do the roll call, I just want to hope all of the councilors had a good weekend and you didn't spend much of the time like I did inside reading all the material that we have for today and tomorrow. We'll start with the roll call. District 1.
Bruce Prout.
District 2.
Brian Fuzzy-Call.
District 3. Alan Parrish. District 4.
Mark Garland.
District 5.
Lynn Longmire.
District 6.
Alec Morrison.
District 7.
David Hudson.
District 8.
Michael Gunn.
District 9.
Wendy Sheridan.
District 10.
Brad Redden.
And District 11.
Diana Black.
Thank you. Is there any disclosure of interest? Any matter coming up before us today that someone wishes to disclose at the beginning of the meeting? I don't see any. Approval of the agenda. I'd like to add an in-camera meeting at the end on personnel matters under Section 22 of the Municipal Government Act. Is there anything else? Seeing none, I'll ask for a motion to approve the agenda as amended, moved by Councillor Longmire, seconded by the Deputy Warden. Any discussion? None, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion's carried. So the next order of business is the report regarding committees of council and council meetings, procedures policy. This is a new policy. We have a recommendation report at page 3 of 83, and I'll ask in a minute, I'll ask the Deputy Warden to read the motion to put it on the floor, and just so we understand the process that I see us going through today with respect to this, we'll put this motion on the floor to approve it, but I plan to go through every page, and if anybody has any comments or changes that they'd like to see, or deletions, then it would be an amendment to the motion. So if you want to change something, it'll be an amendment, and we'll debate the amendment, and then at the end of, after we've gone through the whole thing, we'll come back to the main motion, and I think there's a good chance that instead of approving it as circulated, we'll be approving it as amended. So that's where I think we are with respect to the process today. Any comments on that? If not, let's jump right into it. Page 3 of 83 is the motion, so Deputy Warden, would you like to put that on the floor?
Yes, sir. Recommendation that Municipal Council repeal AM-1.2.0 Council Meetings and Procedures Policy and AM-1.3.5 Committees of Council Policy, and approve AM-1.2.0 Committees of Council and Council Meetings Procedures Policy is circulated. 7-day notice.
Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor LeBlanc. So, discussion. Let's start going through the pages. The first one would be page 5 of 83. Anybody have any comments? Councillor Morrison.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a question that I ask all the time, and I've never ever over the years gotten an answer. If you look at number 1, inaugural meeting, line 2, it's got 10-day. If you look at number 2, line 3, it's got 5, bracket 5, bracket. Is there anybody who can explain to me?
I thought I had taken all the bracketed ones out and just left the word.
Thank you.
Next I have Councillor Longmire.
Sorry, thank you. So just underneath meetings, so page 5-3, of course, it does state that council chambers of the municipal administration building and can be conducted by video conference per the policy AM 1.2.0.1. I'm just wondering if we need to put anything in there to note that if we are unable to meet within chambers due to social distancing or other reasons, should we also include an alternate site at the, based on your decision? Or?
It's not for me to, I'm the chair here.
Sure.
Okay, you have raised a question. If you want to move an amendment or something,
Yes.
okay, so what's your?
Or do you want to ask a question first?
Pardon me?
Does she want to ask a
Yes.
question and then get an answer and then?
Well, it's not really a question, the question is whether we should put in the policy an alternative location.
Because I guess my reason for this is I think that's a great alternative to always having to go in video.
Well, if,
Sorry.
oh, go ahead, Mr. Dick.
It's funny, I sort of thought the same thing, and I would even, the pandemic aside, but if we ever had a committee meeting that we were expecting a big turnout of the populace to show up, we may want to do it off-site. So I would tend to agree with what Councilor Longmire is saying, is we probably should include or alternative designated location.
So, Councilor Longmire, that would be held in person in the council chambers at the Annapolis, or an alternative location after those words?
Yes.
Let me just write that in.
Which line is that, please?
It would be the second line under the title meetings, after the NS, or an alternative location. Is there a seconder for that amendment? Councilor Hudson seconds. Discussion, would you like to add anything further, Councilor Longmire?
No.
Any further discussion on that, Councilor Cottle?
My concern is that there's nothing in there about requests from the communities. This council's always gone to communities if the community want us to hold council at their area. Like we used to go to Inglewood on February of every year. We've had requests to go to the Bear River First Nations. We've gone there. Cornwallis Park. So we're a product of the citizens. And I think the citizens have the right, if they want us to hold a meeting in the community and they have a venue that's suitable, I think that we should go there.
So you're in favor of the
I'm in favor. I saw nothing in there where it allows us to do that. We don't have a lot of requests to do it, but
okay.
when a community does request it, and like I say, if they can give a venue that is suitable, we've always been obliged to them and took our council meeting there. So, and it could be an event that they were having and they wanted us to be there that month or whatever, but and that's the way it was in Inglewood. It was always Black Heritage Month, and we went there as representation of them and the communities. So I'd like to see something in there, and I don't know if what Councilor Longmire has put in there is sufficient enough that if we do get a request that we could use it under that clause or not.
Councilor Hudson, did you have your hand up? Happy Ward?
Thank you. I would think that or alternative location would probably cover that, because that would cover if somebody, if some community group invited us to their area, well, that's an alternative location. Thank you.
I agree.
Councilor Bartel?
I guess the only thing to maybe clarify or muddy the waters, I don't know, is to say alternative location designated by request or otherwise determined. And that would be a more broad coverage of it.
Are you wanting to make an amendment to the amendment?
Well, I'm just kind of throwing that out there. If others feel that that's appropriate, yes, I would.
Well, you have to make that decision, Councilor Bartel, if you want to make an amendment to the amendment.
Gee, first decision after COVID. Yeah, I would do that, I guess. It just covers one, without being specific. You want me to repeat that?
Yes, please.
So the total revised would be, or alternative location designated by request or otherwise determined.
Designated by
Request or
what was the last word?
By request or otherwise determined,
Or otherwise determined.
because the council could have reason also other than just a public proposal.
Is there a seconder to the amendment to the amendment? Councillor Connell seconds that. So let's discuss the amendment, the added words designated by request or otherwise determined by council, I guess it is. Any comments with respect to that? Councillor?
I don't think you can add by council because it's for all meetings.
Okay, so just otherwise determined, that's the way it ended?
Please.
Okay, sorry, yeah. Councillor LeBlanc?
it's not that I disagree with the added amendment, but I do believe that the alternative location brings it all in without adding extra words. I think it would cover a request or other, depending on what it is. So I understand why they want to put it, but I don't know, it's specified with the alternative location. And I have the theory of keep it simple.
I guess I never liked it.
Sorry, Councillor Bartolo, you have to wait until you're recognized. I have Councillor Hudson next.
Yes,
Responding to that question.
No, Councillor Bartolo, I see your hand up. Your turn will come.
I just offer this comment, maybe just to simplify this whole thing, is that maybe it should be changed to read, shall be held in person at a determined location. Or a predetermined location.
Well, that would be yet another proposed amendment to the amendment. Right now, we're talking only about the amendment that Councillor Bartolo has put on the floor. Anybody else want to discuss? Councillor Redden?
Generally, I'm in favor, as Councillor LeBlanc has stated, of keeping it simple. However, I do like the amendment, as it explicitly states we are open to accepting requests to come to a location. And I think that is a substantive addition in how we're projecting what we want to do. It doesn't really change what we're allowed to do. It does explicitly state that we will go places if requested. And I like that is in there.
Anybody else? I'll be voting against the amendment to the amendment simply for the reason that I agree with Councillor LeBlanc that it's superfluous. If we can go to another location, we can go to another location. So Councillor Bartolo, you wanted to say something further?
I didn't want to say something further, but in the rules, I am allowed to respond to comments, commenting on my interpretation, and that was all I wanted to do, was basically to say that I do not like to assume things. That's why sometimes a couple extra words is good. I wasn't adding to it, and I wasn't making my second comment. I was just doing an explanation. Thank you.
And Councillor LeBlanc?
We have been invited to Inglewood every year by request, and we have, well, as I've been here, have always gone. And we really didn't have any direct motion written down to say that. It was just done, as far as I know, but Carolyn could probably correct me if I'm wrong.
You were invited and you accepted the invitation to go there.
As council, yeah, so,
Council decided that.
yes, okay. Thank you.
Any further comments? If not, I'll call for a vote on the amendment to the amendment. The words I wrote down, and the clerk can correct me, is that added to the words or an alternative location would be the words designated by request or otherwise determined. So all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
1, 2. All those opposed, say nay and raise your hand. 1,
Councilor Bartlett
2,
was in there.
3, 4, 5, 6. I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I count.
Did not count me, Mr. Warden?
Yeah, so it's 7-4. The amendment to the amendment fails. So we're back to the amendment.
7-4?
I think it was
I thought it
7-4.
was 3-8. 7-4.
Can someone help me out on the count?
I counted 3 in favor and 8 against. But
Want to do it again?
Let's do it
what
again.
your call is, or
Okay, well, we better get it straight. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment brought by Councillor Bartow, raise your hand. 1, 2, and Councillor Bartow is 3. So I'm taking it that since everybody has to vote, it's 8-3.
yeah.
It loses. So we're back to the amendment to add the words or an alternative location. Does anyone wish to speak further on that? If not, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of that amendment, say aye. Raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Anything else on that page? Councillor Connell?
Yes, ever since I've been in dealing with county council, we've always started committee of the whole at 9 a.m. Why do we change to 10?
Do you want to make a motion for an amendment to start at
Start at 9.
Start at 9.
Make a motion to amend it to start at 9 a.m.
Is there a seconder to that?
Oh,
Okay.
I'm not through my amendment.
Sorry?
I'm not through my amendment. I didn't finish my amendment.
Fair enough. I'm waiting. I'm happy to go.
In the old policy, it had listed from 9 to 5. So I would like to leave it as amended to start at 9 and go no later than 5.
Okay. Is there a seconder to that amendment? Is there a seconder to that amendment? Are you seconding it, Councillor Longmire?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to add further to the discussion, Councillor Connell, before we open the floor?
Yes, because a lot of times our council meetings are fairly long, and I would rather start them at 9 than to go to 7 or 8 o'clock at night. And we had kind of cut it off at 4:30 lately, but some of us have sat around this table when they've been overly, extremely long. Meetings that last long lose their power, but they also lose their power when it comes supper time, late in the afternoon. So if we can start and get our meetings done and then we're going to be done by 2 o'clock, good. But we should have a set time to start, I agree, and a set time that we end. That if it isn't ended by that time, we put it off to another, remainder off to another meeting, or we look at the agenda and change the order of the day to get the stuff that really had to be looked at and put the not so pressured stuff off to the next meeting. So that's the reason why I'd like to see it start and end at a certain time.
Okay. Other discussion? Councillor LeBlanc?
2 things. Even when we had the 9 to 5 or 10 to 5 or whatever it is, when 5 o'clock came around, it was a decision of council to stay or decide to leave. And the decision was made then. Sometimes we made the decision, yes, we stayed longer instead of coming another day. If it was going to be an hour more, we're done to get it over with. 2, during the winter months, we started committee of the whole at 10 o'clock because of winter conditions and roads, etc. And I didn't see that in here either. That was the motion that was passed at council. So, if this is a 9 to 5, conditions on the road during wintertime is not applied, I will be voting against that.
Anybody else? Councilor Longmire?
Thank you. I would also, as Councillor O'Connell has said, like the 9 to 5, I would think it would need to be a consensus among the table that it would be a unanimous vote to move it past or go past 5.
Is that a question?
I don't know, I guess I'm asking. We'd like to assume that we could just all agree, or that 2 or 3 could agree, or throw it out.
I would think that if there's a policy that we end at 5, somebody could sit around the table and say, point of order, it's 5 o'clock, we have a policy we have to end, and we'd have to end, is my guess. Whereas if we don't have it, then we could make the decision. Madam Clerk?
If I may. So if on your agenda you have a start time and an end time, that means that if anyone needs to leave at that designated end time, they can without penalization. However, yes, it rests with the body sitting if it's to extend past that.
Anybody else want to discuss this? I'm going to say something, I'll come back to you. So Deputy Warden, if you would take the
Yes, sir.
chair. I'm going to vote against it. I like the meeting starting at 10, I have to say. I don't have to come as far as some of the other councillors, but, and I like to get here early, as you all know. For a 9 o'clock meeting, I kind of leave the house at 7:30. And others would have to leave a little earlier, I think, in order to make sure they get here in time. So I find that the 9 o'clock meetings are a little difficult, particularly in the winter, and not even necessarily the winter, but when we lose the sunlight, you're driving in the dark in the morning. I like the 10 o'clock. With respect to the ending of the meeting, anybody is able to bring a motion to adjourn at any time. Whether it's 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, and the council will decide at that point whether it wants to keep going or not. So I would just as soon leave it open, and I like myself the idea of starting at 10 o'clock. Anybody else? I'll take the chair back, unless somebody... Councillor Connell to close the debate.
I don't know if my question is 100% to deal with this.
Pardon me?
I said, I don't know if my question is 100. It is to deal with this, but it is to deal with the whole policy.
Okay.
If council has a policy, and I tried to get a hold of Jason Holland today, but I didn't succeed because I wanted to know this. If 6-5 votes around the table decides to do something outside this policy, this is council's chambers, this is council's policy, and 6-5 vote could do something outside this policy.
It's a good question. I don't sit here pretending to know the answer.
Well, that's why I wanted to get a hold of Jason, because there's other articles within this policy I don't agree with. But if 6 people out of 11 councillors vote within this council to do something, the majority passes to go forward. So if we have a policy and we don't agree at the time, just because it's in our policy, again, my question is, this is council's chambers, not an individual chambers. This is council's policy, which isn't an individual policy. And as long as 6 out of 5 vote to do something besides this policy, it should go through, because the majority rules within this council chamber. So when we make this policy, I'm determined that it's not made that it's stand fast. things change. Things change radically from the time I leave the house till I get here. So we make a policy that we hope we can follow on the majority of items. But I am driving to find out if council has a right to go outside of any policy as long as the majority of council votes for it.
I think I know what Jason Hahn would say to your question. Speak to your own lawyer.
Well, no, it's not a lawyer. It's not a lawyer. It's the setup of council. Council chambers belongs to council, not staff, not anyone else. Council, and there's 11 councilors around this table, and the majority passes a vote. So I don't care if we don't put a deadline in there when we close, because some days we get through at noon, some days we get through at 2 o'clock. I'm just going and looking at the old policy. And in the old policy, it had that we're going to repeal, which was here for many, many years. It says that committee of the whole on page 31 of 83, provisions regarding committee of the whole, section 7C, commencing at 9 a.m. and adjourning by 5 p.m., except for that there shall be no regular meeting during the month of August. So I just didn't see why it should be taken out and 10 put in and no decline.
Okay, so just to go back to where we are, we're on the issue of whether we should be beginning at 10 o'clock, which is in the draft that's before us for committee of the whole meetings. Councilor Morrison?
Thank you. Councillor Connell raises an interesting point, and I think the point speaks to our administrative framework. We have policies, but we do not have regulations. And we know that in provincial and federal governments, the policies, comparatively speaking, are a general outline, and the minister has the authority to issue regulations. A lot of what we have in policy could constitute regulations. Regulations are much easier to change than policies. But I agree with Councillor Connell, and the main thrust of his point is that we assembled are the rulers of our house.
And it's an interesting discussion, but if I could focus it more, the reality is that we're setting the time for the meetings on the normal course, and whether they're going to be 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock for committee of the whole as we deal with this. Councillor Redden?
Thank you. So, somewhat along this last line of discussion, but also directed to the point, is Councillor Connell has said he would like to have it end at 5. And I think, speaking to his broader subject, in my mind, we have policy for 3 reasons: to communicate to our staff, to communicate to our public, and to create a framework for our own decisions, in that when you have something in front of you, you're biased by the specific subject. Whereas if you're talking about it in the generality, you're more just focused on the good reasons for making that decision. So in ending something at 5, we're talking about why a meeting should end at 5, and that we start to suffer from fatigue and a number of reasons there. Whereas when you're in a meeting and you want to keep going, well, I mean, you might have an issue you want to talk about, so you want to continue the meeting in the face of your diminished reasoning capacity. And so it's interesting, the direct argument for ending at 5 did not appeal to me. The more general argument of why we have policy is far more appealing to me. And I think I now would support this amendment from the general consideration and not the specific of
So you're in favor of the 9 o'clock?
I'm in favor of the 5 p.m., but I'll go along with the 9.
All right, Councillor Sheridan?
So we can put 5.
So in regarding to the 10 a.m. start time, I'm just wondering if it affects staff, and this is probably beneficial for staff to start at 10, more so for them getting prepared for the meetings. I have no issue with starting at 9 or 10, but if it's helpful for staff, I would go along with the 10 o'clock. So can I ask if it would be better for staff, 10 o'clock?
Mr. Gay can respond to that.
I don't want to speak for all of staff, but I don't know a starting time between 9 and 10, which should make a difference. I think
Okay.
if staff has prepared the report, they should be prepared to do it at any point.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. When I came here many years ago, well, not that many years ago, but when I first started coming to the East Chambers, I remember a couple of times I landed here at 9 o'clock in the morning. Well, and I'd sit here and I'd say, geez, I got the right day. And I said, well, no. Her dear Wanda would come in and say, council doesn't start until 10. No. Yes, we always start committee of the whole at 9 because of the so much business of that day. But council, we can usually just wrapping things up. We start at 10. Oh, well, that's very interesting to know. Didn't realize that. So I was just jotting down, 5 months of the year, we start at 10 in the committee of the whole anyway, starting November. I think November, December, January, February, March,
Right.
maybe even until April. We start at 10 committee of the whole because of the travel and the winter conditions. And then let's not forget August. We take August off. There is no committee of the whole in August. So there's 6 months of the year that, we have to remember that 9 o'clock start date is what I'm getting at. Whereas if we just had it right along starting all the meetings at 10 o'clock, it would certainly smooth the way along. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Just going to bring up the same.
Anybody else looking around the room? I don't see anybody, so I'll call for the vote. The amendment on the floor is to change 10 o'clock a.m. to 9 o'clock a.m. to 5 p.m. So that's the amendment. So all those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Councilor Bartow is 6. All those opposed, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 to 5, the amendment passes. Thank you. Anything else on that page? Councilor Hudson?
Yes, just a question under number 2 of their regular meetings. But the last sentence says, in which case a notice shall be posted 3 or more days in advance of the meeting. Will we have occasions where that won't be possible?
If I could respond to that, I believe that there's a provision in the MGA that says that failure to give notice doesn't invalidate the meeting.
Okay.
Failure to give proper notice does not invalidate the meeting, and I stand to be corrected on that. I'm right. Of course. Yes, I'm right, so I'm right.
He feels, doesn't it?
Yeah, right. Anything else on that page? Councilor Redden?
So up at the top, we have counselors defined to include the warden and deputy warden. And now I did not go through the document explicitly to determine this, but I did not notice anything that doesn't fall with what I'm about to put forward here. At no point does this document acknowledge the other members of any of our subcommittees for voting or anything. Establishment of quorum, all of that. It just says, occasionally it says members, but for the most part it says counselors, even in subcommittees that do not, are not required to have counselors present. such as our fences arbitration subcommittee, we can appoint a member of the community who is not a councillor in the Federation of Agriculture, just to appoint somebody from the community. Yet in that policy it says councillors. So this led me to initially think that I should go through and offer amendments to everywhere it says councillor and say committee member. And I thought, no, Bradley, that is probably a bit cumbersome. Sorry, I talk to myself regularly, sometimes out loud and occasionally in my head. And I went back, and this could partly be remedied by, under this heading here on the first page, meetings, changing it to council meetings. But I think the more important and maybe better way to fix it is by amending the definition of councillor. This is not something I really take into thought lightly, and it's kind of hard to explain this, and it asks all of you to trust my reading abilities through 16 pages of this document when I go to assure you that I think if we add to that definition citizen members as relevant, it will make sense everywhere. I'm not 100% confident that it will, but I think, particularly in phrasing it as relevant, it should work. So my amendment would be at the top, definition F, councillors, would then read, I would strike everything existing in the definition and propose the amendment refers to all members of a committee, including deputy warden, warden, and citizen members as relevant.
I'm just trying to write this down. Refers to all members of a committee. Keep going.
Including deputy warden, warden, and citizen members as relevant.
And that's striking out all of F, if that's what I understood?
No, it's
Striking out,
And citizen members, did you get that, Madam Clerk?
That's relevant.
As relevant?
yes.
Is there a seconder to that amendment?
could
Is
I,
there a seconder to that amendment? Is there a seconder? I don't see a seconder, Councilor Redden.
No, that's fine.
Pardon me?
I said that's fine. That is their prerogative.
Fair enough. Okay. Councilor Sheridan, you had your hand up?
No,
Or about another issue?
but I will speak to that if that's okay. Is there a way that if he wants to,
Speak to what, sorry?
like he was referring to, am I allowed?
I thought there wasn't a seconder,
Okay, so we'll leave it.
so it's off, so we're not proceeding on that. I'm looking for more comments on that page 5 of 83. Did you, I saw your hand up, Councilor Sheridan, did you have?
No, I didn't have my hand
Oh,
out,
okay,
really.
sorry.
That's okay.
Councilor LeBlanc?
well, I'm going back to number 2 on the bottom of the page where it says regular meetings of committee of the whole commencing at 9 to 5. But nowhere in there does it say that excluding the month from November to March, its start time is 10. So is that somewhere else in the document somewhere?
Yeah, it is somewhere, isn't it? No?
No,
Oh,
because it was going to start at, meetings were all going to start at 10, so
Right.
there's nothing to impact on that
That's right.
That's right.
winter.
okay.
So I'd like to propose an amendment to add that. I
Okay.
don't know where it would go, number 2.
Let's first get it and then we'll figure out where to put it. What months do you want to start at?
From November, December, January, February, March.
November to March inclusive? Start at 10 o'clock?
10, yes.
I don't see any reason why we can't put it right there.
Yeah.
Under regular meetings, the second Tuesday of each month at 9 o'clock, other than the months of November to March inclusive, which start at 10.
That's,
Is there a seconder to that?
Excuse me.
Sorry. Is there a seconder to that? Councilor Longmire seconds that. Discussion? Deputy Warden?
Thank you. I thought it was 10 o'clock we just voted on. We were going to start our meetings at 10 o'clock.
No, we
Nine to
9 to 5.
Oh, hold on. Well, then that question was wrong because sorry. Be quiet now. I got that question completely wrong the way you asked it. I thought you were talking about an amendment, and we voted against that amendment.
No, you
We
won't.
voted in favor of the amendment. How did you vote?
Well, I wanted the 10 o'clock start time right across the board. Now, I don't know what I voted with.
Well, you can bring a motion for reconsideration, but it has to be from somebody that how do I put this? The motion was passed, so it has to be somebody that voted in favor of the motion. Did you vote in favor of that?
Yes, he did.
You did.
So he can bring it back.
I think you can move. When the time comes, we'll deal with this issue. But maybe it would make this issue academic if
That's right.
you changed the vote, wouldn't it?
Yes, so I'll withdraw my amendment for now. If he
So
wishes
Deputy
to.
Warden, do you want to ask for a motion for reconsideration of the
Yes, I
amendment
do,
that was
sir.
passed? And
Yes.
would someone second that motion? Seconded by Councilor LeBlanc. So there's a reconsideration of the vote with respect to the amendment that we start at 9 and go to 5. So let's make sure we get it straight. I'm going to call for the vote again.
Now, what are we voting on?
Yeah, I'm gonna try, listen, so, do the best I can. The amendment that was put on the floor and seconded was that we remove the 10 o'clock here on the policy, and in its place, we put, it begins at 9 o'clock and goes until 5 o'clock. So that is the motion, that we remove 10 and replace it by 9 to 5. Everybody understand that?
Yes.
So I'll put the vote again. All those in favor, and I'll put it this way, I'm starting at 9 o'clock and going to 5, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those opposed to starting at 9 and going to 5, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think the vote's the same. It's in favor of the amendment. Okay. Back to Councilor LeBlanc. Would you like to put on the floor a motion to, after starting at 9 to 5, other than the months of November to March inclusive, would start at 10?
Yes,
Is there a
exactly.
seconder to that? Councilor Longmire seconds. Discussion. I don't see any hands up for discussion, so I'll call for the vote. All those,
Can you read that?
I will read it again. The amendment is, we've changed the 10 o'clock. So the 10 o'clock there on that page is no longer 10. It's beginning at 9 and ending at 5. And after that, we add, other than the months of November to March inclusive, which will start at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you.
All those in favor say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Aye. All those opposed? There's one opposition. All right, anything else on that first page? 5 of 83. Councilor Bennett.
You lost it.
Long day.
Yeah, first page. Let's start with 1, inaugural meeting. Currently says the first Monday, which ends up being 16 days after the 10-day,
Possible.
after the election?
Well, thinking out loud, the election's usually on a Saturday, is it not?
Yeah.
So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday,
May I
Wednesday,
speak,
Thursday,
please?
Friday,
Yeah, 10
Saturday,
days.
Sunday.
Monday, yeah, 10 days.
Monday would be the
The Municipal Election Act,
Pardon?
State Municipal Election Act, Section 10, states that the election is held on the third Saturday in October. So a Monday would be 16 days post-election. Forgive me, but I am slightly jaded around this topic right now. This topic. And I would propose that it is on the first business day after the 10 days has expired.
Okay, so that's, would be the first, so on the first night, it'd be the first business day.
After, I guess it would be,
Or following, basically, so we'll take out the word Monday
yeah, take out Monday.
and add the words business day after, business day.
Yeah, that's
The first business day, that's all we have to do is take out Monday and add business day.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is there a seconder for that? Councilor Longmire seconds. Discussion? Councilor Morrison?
I'd like to know whether the 10-day appeal period is a 10 business day or just 10 straight days.
Calendar days.
Okay, thank you.
I agree with that. Anybody else? Any questions? Councilor Redden?
Oh, sorry, no,
You're voting.
I do have, we're on to the next amendment.
Okay, so the amendment on the floor is to, under number 1, inaugural meeting, remove the word Monday in the first line and replace it with business day. Call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Before I come back to you, Councilor Redden, is there anyone else on the first page? Go ahead, Councilor Redden. Do you have something else on that page?
Yes. Yes, I do. So if I've done my annotation right, we have our amendment in there, and then it should lead with however. Possibly a semicolon, depending on the clerk's thoughts on punctuation.
So where are you?
The paragraph immediately under meetings, we've added an amendment in there after Annapolis Royal, comma Nova Scotia, NS.
Yeah.
And then after that amendment, there is either a period or semicolon, and then it leads with however.
Yes.
I find this sentence a little cumbersome, so I would move we strike however, comma, and strike special counsel after that, and insert committees of council. And then along, it says by video conferencing, and I would strike under certain circumstances.
Yep, you've lost me, sorry.
Yeah. Are you, do it?
So it's difficult because we can't see the amended wording there.
Yes. That does make it.
Is there something clear that you wanted to say?
I can read it as to what you would like it to, what I would like it to say, yes. If that works better for you, Clerk.
Well, it's hard to capture, so I've captured to strike however, comma,
Yeah.
and strikes, because I'm only looking at what I'm typing, I'm not looking at the
Oh,
words.
the other document, yes. So,
And to strike special counsel after that,
yeah.
and strike committees of council.
No, it's sorted after striking special counsel, replacing it with committees of council.
Right.
And then after video conference, there is a strike under certain circumstances. Because those circumstances are all outlined out. Digressing.
Strike.
So I take it the thrust of what you're saying is that the last part of that sentence would read that council and committees of council meetings can be conducted by video conference as outlined in the council video conferencing policy.
Yes.
What was I striking after video conference?
Under certain
Under certain
circumstances.
circumstances.
All of it?
No, just
Under
the words
certain
under certain
circumstances.
circumstances. Is there a seconder to that motion?
So instead of special counsel, we're putting committee of council, which includes special counsel and every other committee, correct?
Maybe the whole, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I can say.
Got it right.
Okay. Are you seconding it,
Yeah, I'll
Councilor
second.
Sherrill?
So this is for all committees of council to be able to be video conferenced.
That is how our video conferencing policy currently reads, is my understanding. Because that was an amendment when we initially made our video conferencing policy.
I believe you're right.
Yeah, memory
I can't
serves.
recall
Yeah.
specifically, but I think that
We had-
committees can operate under our policy.
Yeah,
And
we had-
who
we
was
had
the
modeled
second,
that.
sorry?
The seconder was Councillor Sheridan. Discussion on that amendment, Councillor Pratt.
Thank you. I'm wondering, and maybe I'm not following my colleague's logic here, but would it not be possible or even simpler to just say something to the effect that if we were unable to meet in person, we could do it by video conferencing as per our policy, rather than taking this out and adding this? I don't know, maybe I may not be following correctly your thought there.
I think what he's doing, if I could respond, is he's making this apply specifically to committees of council. And other than that, it's grammar. Anybody else want to comment on this? I have a question, so I think I can ask a question without leaving the floor.
Yes, you can.
Not yet.
Always he could.
To the drafters of this policy, we don't, Councillor Redden has brought up this issue of including committees of council, and he suggested that this is something that he might be bringing up all the way through this piece, is where. And so you have this under meetings. What was the intent on the policy in addressing committees? Is there something in this document that applies these policies to meetings anyway, or no? Or do we have to put something in there that does that? Can we respond?
I can try to respond to that. So when you turn the page, you have regular meetings of council, special meetings of committee of the whole or council. You have committees of council.
Sorry, you're going too
meetings
fast.
there.
You're going too fast. Where are you?
It talks about meetings of committees of council.
Where are we?
Number 5.
5?
Yeah, on the next
Page
page.
6.
Yeah, that doesn't, I don't think that addresses this issue as to where they're held. Or does it? Shall meet at such time and place which it sets.
So normally, meetings of council, committee of the whole and committees of council are normally held in this room. I think that's what the intro under the heading meetings on page 5 of 83, that's giving you the common thing. It doesn't mean you can't change it if needed. You have to have something normal to deviate from. So this was the normal, not the deviant. It would have been very difficult to write the whole policy to say you can meet in council, shall normally meet in council chambers, and then every single time say, or in another location as determined, because you can determine any other location at any time you want. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, I thank you for that. As I see section 5, it basically leaves it wide open as to where committee meetings can be held. It doesn't even talk about being in the council chambers.
Time and place. Time and place is determined.
Yeah. So your amendment would require it to be at the council chambers or an alternative location other than as indicated in the video conferencing policy. Does that change your view at all? Or?
No, I mean, we have an entire policy about when we can video conference, and I think referencing it here is broadly not terribly relevant. We have that policy. Even if we don't reference that we can meet by video conferencing, we have a policy about video
I see.
conferencing
Your point is
that empowers us to do it.
Okay. Does
So-
our our video conferencing policy, I thought somebody said does apply to committee meetings.
So, if I can go back, initially, this policy and our video conferencing policy were brought together at the same time.
That's correct.
We put this on the shelf until we wanted to come back and reconsider it. We made a number of amendments to our video conferencing policy, by recollection here. One of the more substantive ones was that it applies to all our subcommittees. And we tweaked a number of lines of text to make sure that was consistent across all of our video conferencing policy. I think we did for doing policy by committee, I think we did a really good job at making sure we covered all our bases there. This document, from what I can tell, has not been updated since it was given to us then. And it was not updated to reflect the changes we had made in the video conferencing policy. I hope it hasn't, because some of us are working off the document we were given months ago and not the current one circulated.
No, I think you're right on that.
But that was my understanding. So, this sentence would make much more sense in context with the original unamended video conferencing policy that was circulated to us months ago. So, my amendment here not only serves to remove some extra words from sentences, which I am terrible about doing when I write, and it personally drives myself around the bend when I write that way. But it also brings it in line with the new amended video conferencing policy. I think. That's my intent.
So would it be more clear if you just stopped after Annapolis Royal, Nova Scotia, and removed however and everything after that?
Pretty much.
Because that's another whole policy.
Yes. Personally, I like our policy to be simple and straightforward. I don't think we should be repeating the MGA in policies and making things we have to update them in more than one place. But at the same time, we have a lot of policies for us to deal with, let alone if you're a member of the public coming to read it. If you come and read the council policy and see no reference to video conferencing or video meetings, you might not think to go look if there's another policy that's not referenced. So I think it is important to also have references in here. We have references to where we're taking stuff directly from the MGA and things like that. So as much as it makes the policy sort of less succinct and less short, it gives us important direction as to where to go find the relevant information about how these things are done. And maybe I am way into the weeds, but that is...
Okay, I don't want to cut you off, but I think I'd like to bring this to a close.
Yeah.
And unless somebody else wants to speak, I'd like the clerk to read the motion on the floor.
The motion is to, in the paragraph under meetings, strike however, comma, and insert a period there.
Yes.
Yeah, that was my addition. And strike special counsel, replacing it with committees of council. Meetings can be conducted. Can I read what I think? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to read it on one page. And is this what your intended thing is for it to say? If I may, if you
Sure,
please bear
go
with
ahead,
me.
yeah.
For the whole paragraph. Committees of council and council meetings shall be held in person in the council chambers of the Municipal Administration Building, 752 St. George Street, Annapolis Royal, Nova Scotia, or an alternative location, period. Council and committees of council meetings can be conducted by video conference as outlined in the council video conferencing policy AM 1.2.0.1.
Thank you. Well done.
Is that where you went?
That's exactly where I went.
All right. Councilor Morrison?
Thank you. Is there a reason why we begin that lovely sentence with committees of council and council meetings, and we don't follow the same order further on. I don't know if that means anything.
So, well, that's the way the council ran put it forward. I think that's why
Okay.
it's like that.
That's the order of the name of the policy, so that the name of the policy is different than the one that you're repealing. So the name of the policy is Committees of Council and Council Meetings Procedures.
Okay, thank you.
That makes sense.
Unless there's further comment, I'll call for the vote. The clerk has done, I think, a good job in setting out the thrust of the motion. So I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of that change, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Anybody else on the first page?
I'm only taking an hour.
It's been an hour on that.
1 hour page. We're gonna be-
Okay. On the next page, which is 6 of 83, if we could, let's try and take it from the top. I will point out that under number 3, there is a change. It's the 4th Tuesday of each month at 10 for a regular meeting of council rather than the 3rd Tuesday, which it is now. So that's a change. So I just point that out in case anybody wants to make a comment. Councilor Crouch?
Thank you. This one concerns me, and I think I know the rationale for it being there, and I can only imagine watching from afar how difficult it is for staff to turn things around between the 2nd and the 3rd week. So this is a major departure, and I guess I'm looking for clarification in my own mind if I'm correct on that assumption that that's why it's there.
Would the drafters of the policy be able to respond to that question as to why the change?
I won't speak for Wanda and Carolyn because they're the drafters of it, but that's exactly why. And oftentimes, certainly in terms of how busy Carolyn becomes in that 10 or 12-day period, and on top of that, there are often times that council is asking for things at a committee meeting, and we would like to have decisions made at a council meeting so we can get that dealt with. And the time frame doesn't give us the opportunity to respond to council's demands because Carolyn needs the information by essentially the Wednesday to get to council by the Thursday, and then the following Tuesday is the meeting. So those are the primary movers of it, is that things happen, and if you have the other concern I would have is that if you have 2 meetings a month, unless you have special meetings, what happens if something comes up in the interim? So we're just really trying to spread that time frame so we can get, instead of having urgent and emergency meetings as often as we have. So it's really threefold, and I certainly respect the fact that council and the community are used to the 2 meetings consecutive, but certainly from an efficiency perspective, it would be better from staff's perspective to have an alternative Tuesdays.
Thank you. That was my perception. It was good.
Councilor Longmire?
Thank you. I can completely respect the reasons why, as we've just heard. I know the amount of work that is generated between the time in that week is tremendous, and so I can only imagine having to construct for another meeting and pull it all together. However, I know as a counselor, it would be very challenging to be able to hold over all of my thoughts and to be able to follow the narrative and not forget important information, and moving that to 2 weeks in separation, from the 2nd Tuesday to the 4th, it would be daunting at best. So, however, I don't know how I would vote.
Well, you have to, right now, there's no motion on the floor.
I suspect there'll be some conversation around it.
Well, right now, there's no motion on the floor. Right now, this stands as the 4th Tuesday of each month. Do you want to? Not at this point?
No, not at this point.
I have Deputy Warden. You're next.
Well, thank you. I'm all for this because I've, sat here a few years, other people have as well, and I've seen us have a meeting on a Tuesday and then a Wednesday. Oh, let's toss another one in there on Friday, and oh, here it is Monday again, and Carolyn's got to have our council ready for Tuesday. Well, that's a lot of push on people. You know, they need that extra week, and I've watched it for years here. Us go from one meeting to jam up a week with meetings and then expect her to have our work done, and Wanda for the following Tuesday. And it's unreasonable sometimes. And I actually scratch my head and wonder sometimes how they ever get it done. So I'll be voting, if there is a vote, to hold that just like today.
There's no motion on the floor, so unless somebody really wants to speak against this, we can move forward.
I would just like to make a comment that I would agree with this change. And I guess there's another factor that I can think of, is that it enables the clerk to get the packages out to us earlier. So we have more time to review them. At the first of the meeting, Mr. Warden, you said that you spend all day Saturday reviewing 2 packages, right? So this would ease that. So that's my comment.
Anybody, unless somebody wants to speak against it, it's going to be a long day. So,
Long day.
is there something on that page that somebody would like to bring up? Councilor Morrison.
Thank you. Number 4, special meetings of committee of the whole or council. Number 5, committees of council meetings. Committee of the whole is a committee of council, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And so is special meetings.
So, in number 4, I'm just trying to clarify this in my head. Number 4 speaks about special meetings of the committee of the whole, not anything to do with all the other committees of council. But number 5 is all inclusive because it refers to all committees of council. So number 4 talks about a special committee, a special meeting of committee of the whole. But number 5 will allow committee of the whole to meet under circumstances other than those of regularity and of number 4. That's what I think.
That makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Bartow.
Yeah, just dropping down the bottom of the page, my only concern is the last 2 paragraphs that are in boldface indicate that the committee of the whole agenda, such matters will follow presentations. The way we've been practicing is in camera is at the end.
Yeah.
Is this going to cause undue problems with residents sitting in the meeting that we have a break for in camera at that time of the meeting, then they have to sit around for that length of time of in camera waiting to get back into the session instead of the way we've been doing it, so that if they want, when they know we're going in camera, that there's nothing else to be talked about, that they don't have to waste the rest of their day for us to do our thing.
Would you like to make a motion with respect to the second last paragraph there, Councilor Bartow?
Yes, and that's in both the last paragraphs, I guess. Yeah, I guess, okay, let me just take a little bit backtrack here. I think the order of the day is that they should be moved to the end instead of following presentations.
So you're, if I'm looking at the second last one, it would be when in-camera matters are listed on the committee of the whole agenda, such matters will be at the end of the order of business.
Yes, and when in-camera matters are listed as the council agenda, that's committee of the whole, is that one in the next paragraph is council agenda? Yeah, you know, you could do the same thing that it's
Same
not
thing
called.
will be will be at the end of the agenda.
Yes,
Is there
yeah.
a second or?
I don't know if I can do both of those in one amendment, or they have to be broken into two.
I think it's the same issue. I'm happy to deal with them together, Councilor Bartow, if that's your wish.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's simple.
Second, Councilor LeBlanc seconds. Discussion? Councilor Redden?
I have a question of staff. Why did they suggest we do it this way?
So when you are having an in-camera session, it doesn't matter what time of the day you're having it. If there are citizen members present, they're going to wait until you are done, whether you're at the beginning of the meeting or at the end of the meeting. Often or sometimes, business comes out of an in-camera portion that needs to be addressed on the day of the meeting that you are in. By having it before you've set your agenda, you could apply that to your agenda and address any business arising out of that at that time. Just as presentations are before you set your agenda, so that if there is any, if council's receiving a presentation and wants to add it to the agenda for discussion later, because you don't make decisions when you're receiving a presentation, those two items are seen similarly from this chair, so that anything arising out of either presentations or in camera can be addressed on an agenda in a timely manner.
Okay, I saw Hudson, and I saw LeBlanc, and I saw Redden and Sheridan, and then I saw me. Oh, I called, sorry. The order's important here, so let me just,
I've not finished my comment there, Warden.
okay, just a minute. This is, so you had, we left off, you had a question.
I had a question.
Okay.
And answer, I'll
Okay, so I'll give you the
comment on the
yeah.
information. Thank you. So this raises an interesting dilemma. We have something here for the convenience of the clerk, and I think it makes good practice. Thank you very much for that information. My concerns are similar to what Councilor Bartow has articulated in about having people wait around. And from a couple of residents I have who have been and sat through extensive and long in-camera sessions to be sometimes forgotten about, or have waited around to have almost nothing after the in-camera session. I suppose whether you wait through an entire meeting for an in-camera session, or whether you, if you're there to watch the in-camera session, you don't have to sit through the entire meeting, and then you can kind of hear the results because something gets put on the agenda, and that happens first. I guess what I'm saying is, to go back a little bit here, is whether people are coming for in-camera and whether it's at the start of the meeting or at the end, they're sitting around waiting. And so if you think about this location on the agenda as to where spectators may be sitting and waiting, really the result is they're sitting and waiting. And I think I'm content with it being where it is and leaving it I'm against the amendment. Yeah.
Okay. I have next Councilor Hudson.
Yes, thank you. I would agree, or would be in favor of moving the in-camera to the last agenda item on the meeting. And I simply say that as simply as that when we come out of in-camera, we can amend the order of the day to address an item that was discussed in camera. Mm-hmm. So I don't think that it's necessary to have it earlier in the day versus later in the day.
Thank you. I have next Councillor LeBlanc.
The reason we had to put it, we decided to put it at the end of the day was because many of the constituents that did come in or were following would complain about the fact that we've got this meeting started, you go in camera, and then we have to wait. That doesn't matter if it's 5 minutes, an hour, or whatever, but then it's lost. Get the work done at the end of the day, do your in-camera, because if they're going to go back and see a video, it would be easier to go to the end of the video and find if there's something that was brought up from the in-camera. That were some of the reasons that were looked at as far as doing that, and it makes sense. And it made constituents happy to be able to go through a meeting first and then at the end. So that's why it was changed whenever it was.
Yeah. So you'd be in favor, you're saying you're going to be in favor?
Yes, because it's, yeah.
Councillor Sheridan?
I was going to say something similar to Councillor LeBlanc, because I did get complaints from the previous council when I was here. People were out in the waiting room, waiting at the end of the in-camera, because there was a certain item on the agenda they were waiting for, not necessarily what was coming out of in-camera, but just a certain regular item on the agenda. And they had to sit through the whole in-camera, which might have been an hour, hour and a half, and sometimes 2 hours. And they kind of left. They just left the building because they didn't want to wait any longer. So I'll be in favor of the motion.
I have Councillor Connell.
And I'm on the same as the previous councillors, is that many complaints about having an in-camera session. And they come to a meeting to see their to deal with something on the agenda or listen to something on the agenda. And many times they felt they were forgot about because an in-camera session that was thought to be 10 minutes turned to be an hour, some 2 hours, some of them longer than that. And people sat in those outside the council chambers with no one going out and saying, sorry, it's going to be another 15, 20 minutes. They were just flapped out there in the space. So I agree the in-camera sessions should be at the end of the meeting, and again, it was said that we can adjust our agenda to reflect that, and if somebody wants to see if anything came out of the in-camera session, just like Councillor LeBlanc said, it'd be very easy to go to the end of the council meetings instead of sitting there, and I'm sure that you probably have sat there and tried to go through one of those meetings on the video. That's a challenge on its own. So I'm for it going to the end.
I'm next. I won't leave the chair because I'm just going to say that I'm in support of Councillor Bartow's amendment for the reasons that a number of other councillors have put forward. I don't have any other names on my list. Councillor Bartow, would you like to say anything further as the mover?
No, I think there's been enough comments from around the room that pretty much covers it. Thank you.
So I'll call for the vote. Madam Clerk, would you tell us what you have there about these amendments?
That in-camera matters should be moved to the end of the order of business for both committee of the whole and council.
Okay. Councillor Bartow, did you want to say something about the reading of the motion?
Yeah, on both those lines, after where it says agenda, everything else reviewed in that on each of those lines could be struck, and just say will be set to the end of the agenda. And I think that'd be cleaner.
If we can do the wording when we get to that, maybe.
I think the clerk says she can polish up the wording, but I think the intent is pretty clear, and
Thank you.
I think we know where we're going. So all those in favor of the motion that Councillor Bartow has brought forward, say aye and raise your hand.
Can I hear the motion?
Pardon me?
Can I hear that motion that it's just moved to the end of the meeting, right?
That
Yes.
in-camera
Okay.
matters be
Yeah,
moved
that's
to the
right.
end.
Yes. So I think all the hands up. All those opposed, say nay. Motion's carried. Thank you. Anything else on page 6 of 83? Councillor Longmire, and Councillor Redden, and I have a comment myself.
So, number 6, second line, and no person shall be excluded from a meeting that is open to the public except for improper conduct. Just wanted clarification around who decides what the improper conduct is.
I think it's the chair.
Yes.
And the ruling of the chair could probably be appealed.
Yeah.
I like those words.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Redden?
Yes, thank you. So number 5, Committee of Council meetings. I would move an amendment that in line 3 of that, councilors be changed to members. There's 2 incidences of it.
I see. So the first, on the line, third line, you remove the word councillors,
And then replaced it with members?
members, and the same, I guess, later on in the line.
Yes, so it would read, members may set by providing notice of meeting to all committee members at least 5 business days in advance.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Connell seconds.
Yeah, my reasoning as before, and that this is,
It's pretty clear, your reasoning.
the extreme example being the Fences Arbitration Committee, and that there's potentially no counselors on it, and it would be a shame to not give them notice of their own meeting.
Well, even, even other where there's a mixture, it would apply to that as well. Any discussion? Councillor Connell seconded it. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. I have one, so I'll leave the chair. Deputy Warden, you have the chair.
Yes, sir, I got it.
Number 4, special meetings of Committee of the Whole or Council. I'm just going to read it. A special meeting may be convened by resolution or consensus at a previous meeting, 3 or more days in advance of the special meeting, or by the CAO or clerk on behalf of the warden, owing to unforeseen circumstances, provided the warden believes that the majority of councillors would support such a step. I think that restricts things too much, and I think it's different from what the MGA says. Section 19.2 of the MGA says that special meetings can be called as may be necessary or expedient for the dispatch of business. So I'm not sure where this owing to unforeseen circumstances. Sometimes I just think a special meeting may be convened by resolution or consensus 3 days in advance, or by the CA or clerk on behalf of the warden. So I would strike the words owing to the end of that sentence. Is there a seconder for that? Okay, sorry. And please, Councillor LeBlanc, thank you, because I will say, I'm going to be in and out of the chair today, and I'm going to make more mistakes like that, so please help me out. Deputy Warden, I've made my motion.
Okay, is there a seconder to that motion? No? Councillor Longmire? Discussion? Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. Could we hear it, please, again?
The motion
Yes.
is in page 2 of 16 of the policy, number 4, special meetings of Committee of the Whole or Council,
Yes.
to strike after warden from owing to the end of the paragraph.
Okay, so that means that if the CAO or clerk, by the CAO or clerk on behalf of the warden, but does that mean the warden must be in on the decision?
Yes, I'd say so.
But that's not exactly what it says. This gives power to the CAO and the clerk to act on behalf of the warden without consulting the warden.
He's the chair.
Oh, Somebody got an answer for that? Wouldn't be me.
Okay.
So over there, there, there.
Oh, Councilor Furley.
Thank you. That thought crossed my mind, but could we just, where are we here? Well, we've got so many marks. By the CAO or clerk or the warden? Or the CAO or clerk on behalf of the warden or the warden?
In consultation.
In consultation,
In
if there's an
consultation.
amendment,
That would
Mr.
work as
Gunn.
well.
Consultation with the board.
I'm just trying to figure this out here, what they're saying. You're offering another amendment.
All right, I think that might be the easiest way out of the possible conundrum, but.
And how did you put that, Councilor?
Well, it was put better by Councilor Long in consultation with the warden.
In consultation with the warden, not behalf, take out behalf.
Yeah, but you're making it the ones.
Well, I like with consultation. So I missed that. I was talking to the.
So I think-
There we go, we got it.
To the amendment.
That's the amendment, so.
Yeah, that's the amendment. So what we have here is a special meeting may be convened by resolution or consensus at a previous meeting 3 or more days in advance of the special meeting, or by the CAO or clerk on consultation with the warden. Does that make sense?
With consultation.
With consultation.
With consultation of the warden. Okay, so that was the motion. Have I got a seconder for that motion?
Who moved it? Who? I'm lost.
Don't mind a
Councilor
little bit.
Longmire, okay.
Councilor Long.
So that's an amendment to the amendment. By striking on behalf of and
changing
adding
that with consultation.
in consultation
In
with.
consultation, yeah.
Deputy Warden.
Oh, yes, Mr. Day.
Just if I can have clarification, so let's just say in those odd instances where the clerk and the CEO decide that we would like to have a meeting, and the warden says no, what happens?
True.
My belief is really it's the warden that's calling the meeting, however we want to phrase that, it's really the warden's responsibility. It's not mine, it's not the clerk's. We communicate it, but it's really the warden or the deputy warden or whoever, I think it's the responsibility.
Good point. That's interesting. What does Robert's rules have to say on that? Because that's who we're going by now, isn't it?
Wanda, do you know?
Because the warden represents council, period. You represent administration. So if administration wants to have a meeting and the warden doesn't necessarily want them to have a meeting, who's got the trump card?
Exactly.
I would say the warden because he's the one that was voted in and he represents the people. Councilor,
Who was the seconder on that, sorry?
pardon me?
Who was the seconder?
And the second
Councilor
amendment.
Longmire moved the amendment to the amendment.
I'm not sure. Was it you?
I'll say.
Oh,
Those
this is
two,
Bruce.
right there.
Councilor Burke.
Whichever one was,
Yes, right.
Well, I mean, I don't have a. Yes, I do have a problem with it being this way. I don't think the CAO or clerk should be allowed to call a meeting.
Oh, is that right?
But I think the important thing is, does council want to allow the clerk or CAO to call a meeting? I note in the Municipal Government Act, 1904, it says the clerk shall call a meeting of the council when required to do so by the mayor or warden. So even our old policy, if I recall, this is pretty much straight out of our old policy, we had previously bestowed more authority on the CAO and clerk. And I think that really the decision comes down to, do we want to do that? I don't. But
Councilor LeBlanc.
Thank you. The thing about this is, from previous doings and businesses and so forth, our CAO is the person that gets first of everything. If there's something going wrong, he is the person that delivers the messages, good or bad. If it's time sensitive, he's the one that has to bring us in. So I think the CAO has somewhat of a responsibility to inform council. So what happens if, I go back to what happens if the warden says, no, don't have time for that. And I don't mean that in any particular way, but, or a situation happens, we can't reach the warden. And a decision needs to be made. So I'm wondering if this particular part includes in that. Now, maybe I should be corrected by the CAO himself that it's not part of the MGA, or it shouldn't be done that way, or there are other alternatives. I don't know.
I'm not the one to ask.
Mr. CAO.
Oh, well, Councilor Sheridan first, and I come right back to you.
So regarding a special meeting, would, right after the election when the clerk has to call the meeting, is that considered a special meeting? Because the clerk is actually calling that meeting.
Good point. But that's her,
That's what's her job.
she's legislated to do that.
I'm just wondering if it falls under this category, like where she would have to call that meeting. Is that a special meeting?
I would have thought,
Just came to mind.
I would have thought that was the one exception, and that where she would be duty bound to call that meeting. But back to, oh, sorry, Councilor Longmore.
It's okay, thank you. I think I would feel more importantly that the information be shared from the CAO through the warden, because there may be genuine questions that he or she may have, and as well the information shared, be able to be reviewed and better understood, so that when it does come to us, that we have a better understanding. I think if we're allowing the clerk and the CAO to, organize those types of meetings, that some details may not be have been better thought out. I don't know how to word that, but just it gives another set of eyes on the information to be shared for clarity and for understanding.
Okay, let's read this again. It's no good reading that.
If I could,
Yes, sir.
If I could just go back to, actually not the current, but my suggestion, where it says, on behalf of the warden, owing to unforeseen circumstances. Well, there could be lots of circumstances, like if a budget meeting doesn't finish and goes on to the next day, and you have to set another meeting, and it's a special meeting to continue, or maybe it's a regular meeting. I don't want some counselor to say, "Oh, you could have foreseen that. We can't have a meeting because it could have been foreseen." It's just one of the requirements. It's unforeseen circumstances. And provided the warden believes that a majority of councillors would support such a step, I don't want to put the warden in that box. I don't make a determination before talking to all of you what you think. So that's why I don't like that whole thing.
Councilor Morrison.
Thank you. I think in the situation you've outlined, in that specific situation, we're just saying we're going to take a recess.
Yeah.
And the recess is 12 hours long or something like that, and brings us in, and we have the, I take your general point, but the specific point, I don't think we end the meeting and have to start another meeting. We just continue it.
Okay. Anybody else? Now, is there a vote we're coming to down with this, and there's an amendment to this motion, or it was amended, this number 4. What I've got so far as a special meeting may be convened by resolution or consensus at the previous meeting 3 or more days in advance of the special meeting, or by the CAO and clerk in consultation with the ward, period. That's what I had.
Then there was the amendment, if I may.
Okay?
So the amendment to that amendment was to strike on behalf of and add in consultation with the warden.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
and period.
But right now, you're talking only about the amendment to the amendment, to strike on behalf of and add in consultation with.
Does anybody else got anything to say on that matter? If not, Councilor Red.
Apologies for my long-windedness. I think in consultation with may actually be weakening that. In that if the clerk and CAO are doing something on behalf of the warden, they're acting in his stead, essentially, in a weak sense. Where in consultation with, as the CAO said, he went to talk to the warden, if they disagree, he do whatever he wants. Where if he's working on behalf of the warden, he's really, in a hypothetical sense, Mr. Dick, if he's working on behalf of the warden and doing what the warden doesn't want him to do, he's probably really getting himself into a lot of hot water. So you know what, I might be against giving the CAO and clerk more powers, but further thought there, I'm fairly happy with the original sentence prior to the amendment of the amendment.
All right. Are you offering another amendment? You can't offer another.
You can't, no, don't throw that in.
Cease and desist amendment.
So I'm not quite sure where we're at here. I think we're voting on the amendment to the amendment at the
That's
moment.
correct.
Okay. And the amendment to the amendment,
Is to strike on behalf of and replace it with in consultation with.
in consultation with, yeah. Okay, on the amendment to the amendment, which is striking on behalf of and replacing with in consultation. Can I have a vote? All those in favor say aye. Oh, that's, I gotta count.
You do.
One in behind you.
5, 7, 8.
One behind you.
Again,
And
He's in
none.
favor. 9 in
I'm with
favor.
Councilor Red.
Okay, 9 in favor and 2 anti, or against. So the majority gets it. Those in favor get it. Okay, now we're going to move right on to the, because I want to get wound up and give this chair back to Alan. We're going to move right on to that. A special meeting may be convened by resolution or consensus at the previous meeting 3 or more days in advance of the special meeting, or by the warden or clerk,
By the CAO.
Or by the
or by the
CAO.
by the CAO or clerk, in consultation with the warden.
Yeah.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's a unanimous vote.
Thank you.
And warden, I'll give you back the chair.
Thank you very much, Councilor Morrison.
Thank you. Just a question. The 3 or more day phrase here, is that set out by us or by the MGA?
MGA.
I'll read it to you. I have it here. I think it's the appropriate one. In addition to regular meetings, the council may hold such other meeting as may be necessary or expedient for the dispatch of business at such time and place as the council determines. If each council member is notified at least 3 days in advance, and the clerk gives at least 2 days public notice of the meeting. If that's the applicable section to what we're doing.
Because if you had asked me, has council ever met on shorter notice than 3 days, I'd automatically say
Can you give me
yes.
that section Warden, that you read? Can you give me the section you read there, please?
Sure.
Yes, that's right. 100 minutes notice.
19.2, thank you.
All right, any other points with respect to page 6 of 83? Councillor Hudson.
Thank you. I guess I would just make a suggestion that there's, under the 6 in camera, that first sentence, or that first paragraph, perhaps that should be removed to a separate item. And I would suggest that that be moved to item 2, and the rest of it be renumbered.
I don't know if I followed you, Councillor.
I've done that one.
I don't know if I followed you.
Okay, you take that first paragraph under in camera.
Under 6, the whole paragraph, yeah.
Yeah. Well, public does not attend or witness in-camera meetings.
But it says that.
And it shall be open to the public.
It says that.
They're not open to the public.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't be there. And I'm just simply saying that perhaps that should be a separate numbered item, and perhaps that number should be number 2, and the rest of the items be renumbered.
What do you mean by number 2?
Yeah, I don't get that.
Well, number 2 right now is regular meetings of committee of the whole.
Yeah.
That be moved down to number 3, and that paragraph become number 2.
You mean about them being open to the public? About
Yeah.
meetings being open to the public?
Yeah.
Well, that's all meetings.
So,
I think, if I can explain, I think I know where Councillor Hudson's going here. The heading under number 6 is in camera.
yeah, that's
And
right.
the introductory sentence doesn't talk about in camera.
No.
Talks about public meetings. So he's suggesting we take it out there and put it somewhere else where we're talking about public meetings.
Well,
And then number 6, in camera, would just begin, such meetings may be close to the public.
Absolutely.
That's where he's going.
Yeah.
So is there a motion you want to make?
I will move that.
So you would take the first sentence under in camera, move it under number 2. What would the heading be?
May I suggest that you just add it under meetings?
Or that.
Just, at the end of that sentence, meetings? Sure. Is that okay with you, Councillor Hudson?
Fine.
So we take that introductory in number 6 sentence and we put it after the introductory sentence and under meetings on the previous page. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor LeBlanc seconds. Anybody understand what we're doing here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Seconded, discussion? No, very quiet, I'll call for the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Anything else on page 6 of 83? Okay, we'll go on to page 7 of 83. Any comments there? Councilor Morrison.
Thank you. Number 9. I think there might be a couple of words missing at the beginning. As soon after the hour. Is there supposed to be as soon as possible after the hour? Or?
So as soon as what?
As soon as possible.
As soon as possible.
It just says as soon after the hour fixed.
Do you wish to make an amendment?
I'm just wondering if the
Just
clerk
want to
has
ask you a
anything
question.
to say. No, okay.
I think she's suggesting it's just a matter of grammar.
Yeah,
We
yes.
can fix the grammar.
Sure. Okay, thank
I
you.
don't know if you need a formal motion, but we can fix the grammar.
Okay, number 10. A quorum shall be a majority of the councillors. Is that of the councillors present or of the 11?
Good question. Good question.
It's of the 11.
And it might just be members as well there.
Yes.
Councilor Red, you have the immediate reference.
I do.
in the
Section
MGA
20
to this
is
issue,
the relevant section.
which is
and it's quite long, complicated. It is short form, majority of possible elected councillors for council.
Do you have the reference in the MGA?
That's section 20. I don't refer to the whole section. I think it's the first one.
20 sub 1 says,
Yes, 20 sub 1, yeah.
a majority of the maximum number of persons that may be elected to the council is a quorum for every meeting of the council. So that means you need 6 for us, even if you've got
Yes.
9 people here.
Yeah.
So how does that work? Read now on our, now let me see what we're looking at. A quorum shall be a majority of the councillors. Do you want to, I think that's a good point. I think we might want to clarify it in our policy, rather than having to go back to the MGA, although Councillor Redden doesn't like us to have to keep writing the MGA. So, Councillor Morrison, you have the floor.
A quorum shall be a majority of the number of councillors
Of the number of councillors elected.
elected.
I think if you add the word elected after it, it might work.
Yes.
You don't think so? Let me just, if that's what you want to do, Councillor Morrison,
Sure, let's have a stab at that.
and is there a seconder for that?
So,
Councillor LeBlanc seconds.
so it says, quorum shall be a majority of the elected officials, elected councillors?
Elected.
What?
Of the councillors elected.
Okay.
So discussion on that amendment, just adding the word elected. Councillor Redden.
The nature of quorum is so important. I was simply going to move an amendment to straight up just refer to the MGA. As not only does it say in very particular language the maximum number of persons elected, it goes on that if you have fewer and fewer members elected, when you get below a certain, so if we ended up only if 6 councillors resigned, well then we couldn't have a majority. Well, there's special provisions for that in there. So I was simply going to say, just refer to the section and the MGA and not even bother having it in our policy, with exception to how it happens in our subcommittees.
Well, there's a motion on the floor to add the word. So you'll be voting against that.
Yeah, I'll be voting against it.
And then you might bring a motion as you suggest, but you'll be voting in the negative. Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor LeBlanc?
No, okay, well, I'm good. No.
Okay. Councillor Bartow?
Just a question. Quorum relates to, if we're stuck on council, that's one thing, but we have other committee meetings as well. And how does that stipulate to quorums of other meetings? Should we be a little more specific that quorum is the majority of council, but for committee meetings, it's the majority of the committee members? So there's a little unclarity in my mind as to if we're just globally using quorum and its explanation for everything, it doesn't really apply across the board.
Can somebody on staff answer what the practice would be in a committee meeting?
Would be the majority of members present.
Members present or members that possibly could be elected?
Members present, I believe.
Is this referred to in this document, this issue?
I don't think we covered it, no.
A quorum for committees?
May I interject?
That was status quo from the,
Maybe if it said a quorum of council, maybe be the majority of elected councilors. And that separates that out, so that it's not like the meeting.
Elected council.
Well, right now, the motion on the floor is to add the word elected after in number 10. So, Councillor Bartow, your position is you voted for or against that?
Yes, that's the question.
I would, what? it might force us to bring up another motion to deal with other meetings, unless that's separated somewhere else in this 3 pages. And we'll be 2 weeks getting through this if you've only spent almost 2 hours.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, it's not addressed separately for.
It's not?
No.
Well, and if we went to our policy and it was just a quorum, so it would be a majority of the councillors, then it kind of leaves out the members that are not.
So it would be more clear if it said a majority of the members.
Well, right now we have a motion on the floor to add the word elected. Let's try and deal with that, and then we'll see where we go after that. Any other comment on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Councillor Bartow, you're voting for or against?
For?
You're voting for. So hands up against again?
Against or?
Against the adding the word elected. I think I'll start over again. There's a little confusion I see in the room. The motion on the floor was to add the word elected at the end of number 10, so it will be a majority of the councillors elected. All those in favor of that, say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those opposed, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. It passes 7 to 4. Now that doesn't mean there can't be another amendment to that at this point. So if somebody wants to bring up anything else further to the discussion we just had, they still can.
So I see an incongruity there, starting from the original wording. The quorum should have been a majority of the members. So now it's reading a majority of the councillors elected, which is leaving out the members of committees.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but this is
So it
talking
needs to-
about council meetings instead.
This is talking about quorum.
So,
Period.
so maybe we should have a
Quorum
separate.
of meetings.
Oh,
Yeah.
then.
Yeah, so we should maybe have a separate,
Another line.
another line that talks about committees should be a quorum, and we have the right to set whatever we want the quorum to be. It can be the majority of those present, or it could be the majority of those possibly present. And I think it's a good idea to set it out if it's not addressed in this. So would anyone like to venture forth and put an amendment to deal with quorums in committee meetings?
Can I suggest an amendment to what you just did? To have a quorum of council or committee of the whole shall be a majority of the councillors elected.
I think that's probably, if we're going to have a separate one for committees, we should probably do it. So I'm happy to have somebody move what the clerk has said, that we add the words a quorum for council and committee of the whole shall be a majority of the councillors elected. Moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Longmire. Discussion? Councillor Redden.
So our proposed rule for quorum here now contradicts the Municipal Government Act.
How so?
Well, because ours is a quorum shall be the majority of councillors elected. And quorum under the MGA is the majority of the maximum number of councillors who can be elected. So if today 6 people resign, you have no, or the MGA then goes into special things for a quorum. Whereas we would have, quorum would be 3 people. If 6 people resign, because there'd be 5 left, the quorum would be 3 people.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to amend council and
Committee of the whole in
committee of
there.
the whole, and I take it you'll vote against that.
Absolutely.
Okay. Anybody else want to comment on?
Can I just ask a question on clarity for that so that I understand?
Yeah.
So is what you are saying, the MGA is saying that a majority is the a quorum is the majority of the number elected, so it will always be 6, no matter how many are here?
Yes.
Is that what you are?
That is what the MGA says. If there are 6 councillors elected, then there are 6.
He's right.
Yeah,
Right.
no, I'm just,
But
thank you.
I think we were just trying to do some shorthand here. You can ask for, we have a motion on the floor to add council and committee of the whole with respect to that sentence. So can we address that? You're going to vote against it, fair enough, we know why. Councilor Bartow?
Just to clarify, I think this quorum applies to everything. If we did add and say a quorum for council and committee of the whole shall be the majority of, say, committee of the whole, council and committees shall be the majority of members elected. Then it would cover everything.
Councilor Bartow, if we could leave the issue of committees to perhaps a separate sentence. And
If you want to cover that separately.
I'll come back to that separately, because when you use the word members elected, some members are appointed, so we might get into a problem. So we'll come back to that.
Thank
So
you.
right now, we just are adding the words council and committee of the whole with respect to the quorum.
Okay, it's just cleaning up this one sentence and then we'll deal with the other one separately. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Sheridan?
So isn't committee of the whole just a committee of council? Like, does that have to be in there? Like, committee of the whole? Because it's a committee of,
It is a committee of council. It's different than the other committees of council, though.
okay,
Because it's made up of the whole of the group.
okay,
The other committees of council are not made up of the whole of the group.
Right.
okay. Thank you.
Councilor Bartow?
Yeah, when we say committee of the whole, basically it's just the reiterated council, because the committee of the whole has extra staff, but the staff don't vote.
We're not members of committee of the
They're
whole.
not.
Staff are not members of committee of the whole.
Okay, let's ask the question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think I'll call for the question to add the words, a quorum for council and committee of the whole meeting shall be a majority of the councilors elected. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Motion passes 7-4. Now, does somebody want to bring a motion with respect to committees, since it appears it's not specifically referred to in this document? A quorum for committees.
Sure.
Deputy Warden, you'd like to proposal?
But where to start? A quorum. Well, I don't know how to put that. I was going to say a quorum of committees of council shall be what, the half of the committee plus one? What?
Well,
How
I
do you
think the
do that?
issue is whether it's half plus one of those present or those that are possibly present. Or
I would say that those present, because you know.
It's up to you.
Yeah, those
bring them.
present. A quorum of committees of council shall be, how do you put that, middle, half plus one?
A majority
A majority
of those present.
of those present.
Of the members.
I'll lay that on the table, thank you.
I would move that.
Just you second the motion. Councilor Morrison?
Thank you. We didn't have a situation in one of the committees on which I sit, but we could have, because 2 of the members of the committee never showed up, meeting after meeting after meeting. And at last, they resigned. So I think the wording is good, and I'll vote in favor of the motion.
May I ask if it can say a quorum for other committees of council?
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So that it's separate from committee of the, thank you.
Other committees.
Am I missing something here? Isn't there always going to be a quorum of those present? you know, like, I don't know,
2 people.
am I missing, do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No. What are you saying?
Well, if you've got 10 people on a committee and 3 show up, that means a quorum's 2 and you can conduct business, which I don't think should be the case.
You're referring to,
I'm just talking about the motion on the floor.
could we hear it again?
Am I right there?
Could we hear it again?
Well, what does it, yeah,
I'll say that again. You've got a committee with 10 people. 3 show up. And if a quorum is a majority of those present, then the quorum is 2. And so the 2 people can conduct business on behalf of the 10.
Where if it's just a majority of the members.
If it's a majority of the members,
right.
then,
Yeah.
then,
sorry,
then it would be, have to have 6 in order to carry on business.
Right.
Yes.
So the motion on the floor is that it be for committees of council, you added some words,
A quorum for other committees of council
other
shall
committees of
be.
council. The motion on the floor is to be the majority of those present.
Oh,
Okay, that's the motion on the floor. So it looks like that's not going to work, but it's on the floor. We're going to have to vote on it
No,
Unless it's withdrawn.
unless it's withdrawn.
I'll withdraw that motion. So we just need a different wording for those present. Other committees of council shall be a majority
Of the members.
Of the members.
of the members.
Of the committee. Is there a seconder for that? Councilor Sheridan seconds. Discussion?
Yeah.
Councilor Redmond.
Hope nobody throws rocks at me at lunch.
we're not taking it.
Canceled.
My question here would be, a number of our committees are listed that you can have a maximum number of citizen appointees. And so it kind of begs the question, do we want to make it a quorum is a majority of the maximum members? You could also phrase it appointed members, we want it to be clear, but as it currently reads, I think it implies appointed members. It may be something you want to include to say the maximum members, but my own thought is to go with appointed members because if I understand correctly, we often don't have enough citizens interested to reach our maximum number of appointed members. That's correct.
So do I move an amendment to that motion?
I don't want to. I wanted to bring a piece of information up for conversation, a perspective up for conversation, especially where I feel quorum is so important. However, out of the corner of my eye, I'm seeing the clerk seems to want to add something about my particular point.
Okay, well then I'll
Not
come
that
back
I can
to you.
acknowledge her,
Clerk's
but,
going to interrupt you. I'll let her speak and I'll come back to you. Go ahead.
The committees we're talking about in this policy are the committees of council, not advisory committees, not area advisory committees. The area advisory committees are under a separate policy, and it's those committees that say up to or not more than, and these ones are fairly more defined than area advisory committees as far as the citizen membership is.
There you go.
So she interrupted you, so I'll let you finish your thought.
That's very interesting information. I was not aware of that. I also don't see anywhere here where it says it doesn't apply to area advisory committees. It says committees of council.
It says committees of council.
Are they not committees of council? I'm just sort of.
They are under a separate policy.
There's still committees of council.
They still give advice to committees of whole, are they not?
They are advisory councils, advisory committees, yes, but they're populated under a separate policy. There's a separate policy for area advisory committees.
Yes.
These are standing committees of council.
Right. My thought would be that quorum would still apply to those committees. The rules of committees of council would still apply to those committees, even though the committees are raised under a separate policy, they're still bound by the policy governing committees of council.
Unless the area advisory committee policy states otherwise,
absolutely,
which
yeah.
I'm sure it does.
About the quorum you're talking about?
I don't know if it's about quorum, but what this policy wouldn't touch that other policy because it's covered separately.
I tend to think it might.
I think so too.
The other one would need to be amended to match it,
And that's going to happen.
and that's
It's
in
not to
ours.
match this, but review of that policy is underway for Paul, hopefully.
Well, let's assume that this relates to committees of council. And we're
These
talking
are
about
the
quorum.
committees that are listed in this
And right
policy.
now, the motion on the floor is that it be a majority of the members of the committee, and Councillor Redden may or may not wish to make an amendment to use the word appointed members of the committee. It's up to you, Councillor Redden.
I do really like explicitness, so I think I will.
Okay, so
make a
seconder to that amendment to the amendment?
Sure.
Seconded by Councillor LeBlanc.
To change it to what?
Appointed.
Yeah, just appointed members. The quorum will be a majority of the appointed members of the committee.
Okay.
Discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. So it now reads appointed members of quorum. It's a majority of the appointed members to the committees of council. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Raise your hand. Opposed? Motion's carried.
Time.
12:07.
Lordy, lordy.
Yeah, and we know that we haven't got through policy yet. We haven't got through one yet.
I appreciate that council members may wish to take a break. I've got a few things here. Is it the wish of council to break now or to keep plowing through for another, say, it's 12:07 till 12:30? Can I have a sense? Where are we?
How far would you want to go?
I'm fine to clean this page up.
You want to try and, what?
That's not gonna happen.
Well, you never know.
We're on page,
We have to take a break sometime.
Yeah, we're going to take.
okay, so if we're going to take a lunch break, that's different from a recess break.
Lunch break.
So we're going to take a lunch break, and my sense is, and we've been through this a few times, that some people go downtown. I don't know if the restaurants are open on Monday, but some of them are. And I think we really need an hour if you're going to be doing that, okay? So I think we'll say we'll come back at 1:10, so everybody can have an hour. Hopefully you can find a restaurant if you need to, and we'll come back at 1:10. Welcome, everybody. This is the continuation of the special committee of the whole meeting. We're on page 7 of 83, I believe. I think we finished it.
Wow.
We finished the previous page?
No. Well, we're good
We
on
hope
12.
so.
Okay, is there anything else on page 6 of 83? Morrison?
Thank you. Number 11,
7 of 83.
I would like to move,
Sorry, what page are you on?
I'm on page 7.
Okay, so we are, just before you do that, Councilor Longmire, were you on page 6?
No, I was on page 7.
Okay, sorry. So Councilor Morrison, go ahead.
Thank you. Number 11, I move that on the third line, after the word meeting, delete the period, insert or until otherwise scheduled, period. The reasoning is that the date of the next regular meeting following the gathering at which there was not a quorum could be 4 weeks away.
Yes.
Yeah.
So can you repeat your change again, please?
Or until otherwise scheduled,
After meeting?
after meeting.
Second.
And take the period that was after meeting and put it after scheduled, same period.
Thank you. Let's,
You want me to reuse that?
we have it. Seconded by Deputy Warden. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Councilor Longmire?
So, thank you. Second paragraph.
What number?
Minutes of closed meeting will be recorded, circulated physically by the clerk, and approved at the next meeting.
Sorry, where
are you?
Second
Okay,
paragraph,
second.
783.
Number 7. Oh, no. No, at the very top.
Sorry.
It's minutes of a closed meeting.
Yeah.
Second
Yes.
paragraph from the top.
So minutes of a closed meeting will be recorded, circulated physically by the clerk, and approved at the next meeting. Approved minutes are signed by the warden and clerk and kept in the clerk's office. Councilors may pursue the physical minutes at any time. I suspect that these are the minutes that are circulated to us on colored paper, right? And so I'm wondering, I do believe they stay in our custody, those papers, are they being collected? And if not, perhaps I would ask the question as to why they're not collected, because we can go back to the office and request to see them. I'm just concerned that if they remain out there in the hands of anything's possible, right? I just think in terms of taking care of important information and this being typically closed meetings.
So do you have an amendment you want to make?
Yes. So it motioned that we, for all closed meeting recorded minutes, that the documents be collected after a time period that's decided by the clerk. I don't know.
The draft minutes?
The draft, yes.
This goes at the end of that paragraph, is that what you're saying?
Are you adding that draft minutes be returned to the clerk for
Well, it would,
disposal?
it would be before the counselors may pursue the physical minutes at any time. At this point, they still have them in their custody. So I would suspect that it should be after kept in the clerk's office, and all copies of will be collected after they have been approved.
All draft minutes should be returned
Yeah.
Please.
to the
To the
clerk
clerk,
for disposal,
yes. After
once approved.
they're approved, yes. I guess that captures it. It's hard.
Is there a seconder for that? No. Councilor Hudson seconds. Discussion? Deputy Warden?
Thank you. We went through a council here a few years ago that, my God, you couldn't even make notes during an in-camera meeting for your own, for your own sort of what was discussed there when you look back at it. And I quite like the minutes that we've received in the last year or so, because it gives me a chance to go back and think about, well, there was something said in camera there. We talked about that in camera, and that point's going to be coming up again. And I'd like to refresher on that. I'd like to be able to go back and see those notes, much like some of the notes from previous in-cameras through the years. It's a funny thing that, they didn't always get erased. And I've kept them, and I'm glad I kept those notes because of things that were said in camera through the years. So I kind of just would not vote for that amendment based on the fact that I like to have these to look back. Maybe in a year, maybe in 2 years, they might be pertinent. Thank you.
Councilor Bartel?
Yeah, just another comment. If you can't return them, if you've already destroyed them, so. Just that we can.
Yeah.
That would be taken the same way.
It's moving forward.
Okay. The CEO has a question.
Just, the council may be aware we're starting to digitize all of our records, and we will be, at some point soon, completely digital. When it says clerk and kept in the clerk's office, what does that mean with digitized records? Are we
This is
still
only talking about the in-camera.
Yeah, but are we keeping those as hard copy, or are we digitizing those and putting those in some secure format?
Those are hard copy right now. We haven't
No, but when we
figured
get to Laserfish.
haven't figured out how to put confidential
So this may
documents.
change down the road, okay?
Yeah.
Any other comments? I'd like to make a comment, so Deputy Warden, if you take the chair. I destroy mine. Sometimes I put them in the fire, sometimes I rip them up in small little pieces. And I'm just afraid that if you have to return them, if you lose them, somebody's going to say you've lost them. Where are they? You're a bad boy. I'm happy with the system the way it is, so I'll probably vote against the motion. Yeah.
So pertaining to what you, I don't know if I'm going to call him counselor or warden.
Call him Morton.
He's still here. You didn't give the chair back, so I'm.
Well, didn't I?
Well,
That was
if you're going to comment on what I said, then you should speak to the deputy.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh.
Okay. So with what he's just presented, I have to agree that I've gone through both. So now before we had to return, and the clerk would take them and she would destroy them, and some people wouldn't return them, and it was supposed to be, and it was a mess. So from the point that it's being done now, being we're all counselors and we should know what our duties are when it comes to confidential documents, I don't think they should have to be returned. I think that we're responsible enough that we can destroy our own copies, and if we need to refresh our memories on these, we can still go to the clerk. Am I correct by asking the clerk that?
Yeah.
And see these documents. So I don't think we need to have another step for the clerk to do, which we're supposedly very responsible people. So I would have to agree with the warden that the way it's set up now, because I would have them and then I'd forget to give it to the clerk, and it was like, oh my God, I still have those papers, and, So I think the point is, it's just an unnecessary step that I see at this point, because we do have we have to follow what our responsibilities are, and that is part of our responsibilities, taking care of and getting rid of confidential documents. That's my opinion on that, and I'll probably vote against.
Anything else?
I'll take the chair back, I guess, and
Other comments on
Councilor Long.
that?
Yes.
Deputy Warden, should I take the chair back?
You got something to comment on what he said?
No.
Okay. let's take the chair.
I did see, well, Councilor Longmire, you moved this, so maybe I'll finish up. And Councilor Red?
I was just going to say that I'm strongly against it. In fact, I've notes here about an amendment which is the exact opposite, that councillors, that explicitly says that the councillors are allowed to retain their copies.
Did I say what?
I have notes here that we would have, that I would potentially push an amendment that says councillors may retain their copies,
May retain.
which is the explicit opposite of this. So I'm
So
strongly
you'll be voting against
Yes.
the motion. Anybody else? Councilor Bartow?
Just a quick question. One time we get our envelopes at a meeting, and then, am I correct, and those are the ones that we vote to approve the minutes?
You never approve the ones that you receive at a meeting.
Okay, it's the previous ones. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Longmire, did you want to say something else to close the discussion?
There would be many things I would want to say, I can't right now. Yeah, I would have thought that, just in my perspective, I guess, that it would be far tidier to have them all under one space, since we can go to the clerk at any time and ask to see them if there are things that arise that need clarification, or I can't remember what was. It's a little bit different, those notes, because they're kept in a more formal format, rather than, someone trying to go through mine, they would never be able to decipher anything that I've written. I just contemplate the issues that can arise from having formal minutes out there floating around. But that's just because of the in-camera piece. That's, I get it with, regular open meetings, it's another, to me, it's another level of responsibility. However, it's always up for a fair conversation, and we've had it, and fine, I'll sit where I am, and my vote will lie where it does. Thanks.
But this piece,
Fair enough.
Just a sec. Go ahead.
but this piece that we're voting on is simply on the in-camera minutes.
Exactly. Okay, I'll call for the vote. The amendment is, can you read it?
Is to add to that paragraph, all draft, pardon?
Which paragraph?
It's at the top of page 7 of 83, it's the second paragraph.
Thank you.
To add, all draft minutes should be returned to the clerk for disposal once approved.
But it's just the in camera.
Well, that's because it's talking
Yes,
about.
yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Just,
Yeah, that's just the in-camera.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye and raise your hand. 1, 2. All those opposed, say nay and raise your hand.
Nay.
1, 2, 3. I think it loses 9-2. I have a question on that page, so it's just a question, so I'm not going to pass the chair. Under the top paragraph, direction may be given to staff in camera. However, any motions forthcoming from in camera must be added to the agenda under new business and adopted during the open portion of the meeting. My question is, how is the chair or council to determine the will of council to make a direction to staff? Okay, so we're in a meeting, we're in camera, we've had a discussion, we've decided to make a direction to staff. As the chair, I can't ask for a motion, apparently. Do I just ask for a show of hands and then I get a consensus of council? Because I can't, apparently, the clerk tells me I can't make a motion in camera without bringing it back. And so a direction to staff, we don't bring that back to council. So I'm going to adopt the process, I guess. If we have a discussion about something, I'm going to ask for a show of hands, which would be recorded in the minutes as a direction, but it's not a motion.
Correct.
Right,
You
that's
have
what
to
we're
write
gonna do.
consensus on.
So am I the only one who didn't know that?
Yep. Yep, next.
Deputy Ward?
Thank you, and if I can just get a clarification on this. We can give direction to the CAO, that's our staff, in camera. We can give him direction. But we can't tell him to go out and spend money in camera. That move of council has to come out and be,
I believe that's
change the order of the day and
That's right.
so on. Thank you. That's all.
Anything else on page 7 of 83?
No,
Councilor Hudson?
Yes, on that same page, item 8, I would propose or make a motion to remove, or if in that first sentence, or remove, or if absent through illness or by refusing to act, or the office is vacant. I believe it's a given that the deputy would stand in the place of the warden when the warden is absent.
There is a
I don't
reference
think
to that,
reasons have
I
to
believe,
be
in the
given.
Municipal Government Act. Deputy Mayor. 16 sub 3. The deputy mayor or deputy warden shall act in the absence or inability of the mayor or warden in the event of the office of mayor or warden being vacant.
I guess all I'm saying is that reasons for a vacancy
Redundant.
don't need to be outlined, because in the event of any vacancy,
Right.
the deputy steps in.
In the absence or inability. Absence, yeah. We are probably better off just to mirror the words of the MGA, to be honest with you. So it would be in the case of the absence or inability of the mayor or warden. Then, do you want to make?
But my question-
I have a question.
So what's your motion? What's the one you want to do?
My motion is remove those words, or if absent through illness or by refusing to act, or the office is vacant.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Deputy Warden, are you seconding that?
I'll second it just to get it on the table.
Yeah, discussion?
Yes.
Discussion, go ahead, Deputy
Thank you.
Warden.
What does this mean by refusing to act?
Where's it come from?
What?
That's for staff, I can respond, those aren't my words.
Look at me.
Do we have a warden refusing to act on something?
That was a status quo item out of your current policy. Where it came from at that time, I do not know.
Thank you.
Councilor LeBlanc, did you have a question?
No, that was the thing, right there.
Yeah, I understand.
I don't see any other hands up, so I'm going to call for the vote on the amendment to remove those words. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Anything else on page 7 of 83? All right.
Oh my goodness, we're doing the page.
I've had my hand up, yeah.
Oh, no. I thought we were done. Okay.
Under 12, the conduct of proceedings at a meeting, under D, it says it shall be the duty of the warden or other presiding officer to decline to put to vote motions which infringe the rules of procedure. Again, I'm not going to reiterate all I said this morning, but at any given time, against any procedure or policy, council has the right to take a vote, and a majority will prevail on if it wants to add something to the agenda, if it wants to take a concern, if it wants to do this or wants to do that. So why is that even in there?
If that's a question that's being put to me, the chair rules on points of order. That's the chair's job, and the chair's job is to consider the rules of procedure. And I would think it would be, if there was an infringement of the rule of procedure, it would be for the warden, the chair, to say that that's not appropriate. But then I would think the decision of the chair could be appealed to the council. But at the first instance, I think it's the chair's duty to make the rulings that can then be appealed.
But
I think that's what, am I 100% certain, Councilor Connell? I'm not. But I think that's the way it works. And if somebody else here is more knowledgeable about the procedure than I am, I'm happy to.
I would agree with what you say, but I would also add that if it's something that this council doesn't have the right to be making a decision on, if you wanted to, I don't know, pave Highway 1 from here to there, this body doesn't have the right to make that decision. So that wouldn't be within the rules of the procedure of your meeting.
But if 6 out of 5 of us around the table wanted to discuss that, it's acceptable.
That's right. Mm-hmm. And then you could decide if you want to write a letter or whatever.
Has the authority to overrule policies, as I was already talking at noon hour with our advisor. And that is the power of council, is that we have the right to either amend the policy or to override the policy for that concern. So it could be anything within this policy. If we asked for it to be talked about and you declined it, then I would have the right to ask that it go to a vote to council.
I think that's the way it works.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I just didn't quite understand why it was there.
Okay, anything else on page 7 of 83, Councilor Redden?
Thank you, Chair. Again, in section 12, I would move an amendment that in subsections A, E, and F.
A what now?
A, E, F.
E and F?
Yes.
A, E, and F.
The words councilors, or councilor as it may be replaced by members.
We'll be doing that through it anyway.
No, is that because this clause refers to committee meetings? Is that why?
It refers to meetings,
Yeah,
yes.
so it would include committees of council, and that's why you're making this suggestion. So it would be the members.
Remember.
Yeah. So I think the clerk said that she was going to make that change to it. I don't know if that's appropriate. I think there may be some places, and I haven't read it, that it is proper to call them counselors. So I just, go ahead.
To that point, as council has already decided we do not want to change the definition of counselors to include members, I would say it's quite inappropriate for the clerk to unilaterally do that to our policy. As we have, I think, kind of by default earlier said, we don't want to make members synonymous with counselors. I trust the clerk's good judgment a very long ways, but I just think that's the decision that's been made here.
Okay, well, before we get to that, I see Mr. Dick wants to say something, and then we'll come back to see if you want to make a formal motion.
I was just going to whisper it to you, but I wonder if we had counselors, the definition that they're now, and have a definition for members, which would include counselors. So it's could be conceived as two different things.
I mean, we could. We would still need to go around and put members and insert it into the policy in many places. Yes.
And if you have all the places, I'll take them, so it's okay.
But I thought,
The members, yeah. But there's not a motion on the floor at the moment. Is there?
yes, there is.
Oh, sorry, what was your motion?
That was my amendment to swap the word counselors for the word members
On
in
those
three places.
Yeah.
And was there a seconder for that?
No.
No seconder yet. Councilor Connell seconds. Discussion? Councilor LeBlanc?
I have a question. When I was looking at this first section, to me, was dealing only with council and committee of the whole. Up to the part where, it specifically points everything out. So, if we take out counselors, why aren't we, instead of taking out counselors, not adding / or members?
That's what I,
instead of taking out counselors. Maybe I have this totally wrong and it doesn't fit, but somebody surely can tell me if I have it totally wrong, it doesn't fit.
I think the motion was to remove the word counselors completely and just put in the word members instead. It wasn't or members.
Yes, but that's why I'm saying, why are we removing counselors? What would be the difference by not just adding
Or members.
members to it? I'm just asking so that I can figure out this motion going either way.
Well, I hear what you're saying, and I guess the way that procedurally we should deal with it is that you've made your point that you don't want to just do it that way. You might want to rather put or members after counselors, rather than eliminate the word counselors, in which case you would vote against the motion on the floor, and then you would raise another motion afterwards.
And why are we wanting to remove counselors?
Because I believe Councilor Redden feels that the word members is all inclusive.
Yeah, I do. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. The motion on the floor is to remove the word counselors in those three sections and to replace it with the word members. All those in favor say aye. Aye. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait now. Hands up. In favor. 1, 2, 3, 4. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Councilor Barton, I apologize, I missed you. Were you for or against?
I guess I'm a little confused. So the question is only removing that, and if we do remove that, we can put a new motion to change it to or members?
We can, yes, but right now the only motion is remove the word counselors and put the word members. How do you vote? Yes or no?
If that's the way it is within the new motion, I'll vote for it.
So you're going to vote in favor of replacing the word counselors with members?
Without having the other motion present, yes.
Okay. So it's still lost. What's the votes?
5 in favor, 6 against. So
6 against. So the motion to replace it with counselors with members is lost. Now, if someone wants to bring another motion to add the words "or members," that could be entertained by the chair, Councilor LeBlanc.
That would be the motion that,
So in those three places, 12A, E, and F, to add the words "or members" after the word councilors.
do I have a seconder?
Well,
I'm just,
is that the end of your motion?
Yes,
Just
that's
one-
it.
That's the motion, seconded by the deputy warden. Discussion? Councilor Connell?
So, back on page 5, when it gives the description of what's what, as far as CAO, as chair, the clerk, the council, councilors, should we have a H in there and have a description of citizen members?
That's what he was trying to say. Sorry.
I think that Councilor Redden, correct me, Councilor Redden, you brought a motion in that regard which was lost at the beginning.
Not really.
Mine was to amend the definition of counselors.
Yeah, but
Isn't that what Councilor Connell's talking about? Sorry.
Councilor Connell wants to add a definition for members.
yes, which is what
Oh, add a
Community,
definition for members.
citizen members.
the CAO just tried that.
Okay, so I guess that's something you could do after we deal with the motion on the floor, which is to add "or members" after the word councilors in those three provisions. Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? To add the words "or members." Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
1, 2. Oh, it's unanimous. Anything else on page 7, or if Councilor Connell wants to raise that issue now?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we get at the beginning of our policy, that we get a definition for, you want citizen members or
Just
members?
members.
Or members.
Just members, yeah.
So add H.
What would it be? Did you get that far as to what the definition would be?
No, we'll let them.
We'll let them do it.
Let them.
So the motion would just be to add a definition and have it come back next time we review the finished product.
Yeah.
Is there a seconder for that? Councilor Longmire seconds.
Sure.
Discussion? Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Members could means public participants.
Volunteers.
Public
It could mean
participants.
any member of a committee,
No.
what I
Any
think.
member of the
means.
committee or?
I guess we'll see what comes back.
Okay. Good enough.
Depends on what the makeup of the committee is that you're talking about.
That's right.
Some have provincial appointees on it, some have citizen appointments on them,
Federal.
some have federal. Fences Arbitration Committee has provincial members. The Police Advisory Board has a federal member, so it would be the members
Members
who
of the
make up the committee. Yeah.
Other participants.
The members who make up the committee.
Is that, well, did you want to say something?
I was just going to say, you could just say the non-elected members. Everybody else on the committee is going to be a councilor, right?
Well, I think you might be involved in drafting this response. So Councilor Connell's motion only calls for staff to come up with a definition.
Okay.
Any further discussion on that?
No.
If not, I'll call. Oh, did you want to say something, Councilor Bartel?
Yeah, when the clerk was mentioning different options, well, there is an extra option that federal employees, because of the Grand Global Ferry source water, is supposed to have some CFP Greenwood people on that as well. So they're not just citizen members.
Yeah, we said that.
Yeah. Okay, so again, the motion is only to have staff draft a definition for members. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. All right, back to anything else on page 7 of 83. Okay.
No, turn the page. Turn the page.
We're turning faster now.
Yes.
Don't want to turn them too
Oh,
quick.
yeah. No, there is another one. I'm sorry.
And who's going to ask a question?
Number 7, I'm going to leave the chair. The deputy warden to take the chair. Meetings by video conference. I had a discussion with the clerk at the lunch break, and essentially we think that this should just be removed because we have a council video conferencing policy. And so we don't need to have meetings by video conference and make our best efforts to make sure that what we have written here matches the council video conferencing policy. And as has been pointed out, when staff created this draft policy and the council video conferencing policy, they thought they were going to be coming to council at the same time. That didn't happen. We dealt with the council video conferencing policy, and so after discussion with the clerk, and I was going to try and change around the way this reads, because right now it says that a meeting may be conducted by video conference, at least if there's 2 days' notice to the public, which is not what our policy says. So I guess I'm going to move that we just remove section 7. And is there a seconder to that?
Is that your motion?
Seconded by Councilor.
Look this, shush over there.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon.
I told you, I need help.
Yeah, well, we tried, you kept talking.
Okay, any questions on this? Councilor Riddle.
You get, Councilor Bartow, I think you get a punch there.
Councilor Bartow.
Yeah, just instead of removing it all, if we just had the reference in there, just refer to video conferencing policy 1.2.0.1. And it's just a reminder that it's a future reference.
So is he amending?
No, are you making an amendment?
That would be an amendment to the amendment.
I'll second
An
it.
amendment to the
Okay, so
amendment.
that's not really an amendment to the amendment. Just if I can jump in here, because the original amendment is to remove it all, so
Okay.
Okay.
you can't remove it all and amend it by adding
True,
some.
yes.
Councilor Bartow, we're going to settle this matter of removing it, but if you'd like to put something back in, after we deal with this matter, you'll get a chance to make a motion.
So removing it is an amendment, but then we're not classifying it as amendment all at the same time?
I can't.
But any amendment that was put to the floor was amendment, even if it's moving in its entirety.
Well, we are putting this to the floor in a moment, which was,
That's why I wanted to amend that so that we just do it in one motion.
She just gave
But if you want to do it, otherwise that's fine.
If you can outline how to do it your way, I'd be glad to capture it. I just can't capture it.
I think we'll deal with
Question.
the question. Councilor Bartow, and if you have another amendment or want to put this back on somehow with an amendment, we'll deal with that then. You'll get a chance to read it. Okay. So,
Over here.
Councilor Ridden.
I agree strongly with this. I want to say thank you. I, for the sake of expediency, had left that off my list of potential amendments. And Councilor Bartow's point, we do still reference it on page 5 in the first paragraph under meetings.
Point of preference? All of a sudden, the volume of everybody's seems to have decreased on my end, and I'm having a good job hearing. I didn't have that problem until the last couple minutes.
Yeah. I've had that problem before. I know what you're going through.
Not sure if it's the technology that's under.
The internet.
The interweb. Okay, so where are we at?
I've increased the gain, hopefully you can hear better.
So at number 5.
Can you hear Councilor Bartow?
Yeah, that's looking better. Yeah,
Thank you. We're going to call the question here. Didn't you ask your question?
I did finish my comment. Did Councilor Bartow hear my last bit? I guess.
I did not.
The last thing I said was that we still reference the council video conferencing policy on page 5 in the first paragraph under meetings.
Yep. Okay. I'm calling the question. No more questions? Other than that, let's deal with the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those saying nay? Are there any nays? Going once, twice, sold. No names.
Now, move it back to
Councillor Bartow, did you, in light of what Councillor Redden said, do you still want to put something else on the table?
Can you refer me to that point? It's on page 5, where you can page 5.
right underneath meetings.
It's under the word meetings. If you look at the blue meetings, and then it's the last line of the 4 lines under the word meetings in the middle of the page. It says, meetings can be conducted by video conference under certain circumstances as outlined in the council video conferencing policy.
Okay. I'm getting too many markups here.
That's what it was all.
This is craziness, trying to get through this whole third page. It's just nuts.
Red and blue, what? Okay.
So are you going to make another motion, Councillor Bartow, or are you satisfied with what Councillor Redden said?
So what was that last one? Line item? Was that on page 7?
Page 7 of 83, number 7 was the meetings by video conference, which has now been removed.
Okay.
Did you want to make another motion, Councillor Bartow?
No, it's previously referenced. There's something to do with this.
All right, thank you. Anything else on page 7 of 83?
Now turn the page.
Turning the page. And we're on page 8 of 83. Any questions or comments?
I want this one.
Councillor Longmire?
Well, thank you. Under 13C, although I truly do understand the reason why we don't want any surprises at meetings, and we should be as best informed as we possibly can, I know there are times that we do need to add items to the agenda. So an item of business not listed on the agenda cannot be introduced at a meeting without the approval of the councilors by unanimous consent. I just make a comment. I appreciate that being there.
So that's the way you want, you're okay?
Yes.
You're not making a motion?
Yes. It was
Okay.
like that.
Councillor Redden, I saw your hand up.
Yes, and I don't think it necessarily requires a motion. Just above 13, in that last paragraph, line 4, it says deputy warden, and I think it should maybe say deputy chair, as the paragraph speaks of the chair.
That's a typo.
That's
Okay. I think that might want to be a motion.
so be it.
Yeah, you move, second, we'll change the way
Second.
warden to chair. Seconded by the deputy warden. Any discussion?
We would probably change it from deputy warden to vice chair.
Vice chair? Sure. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion's carried.
Was there a seconder on that?
Mine too.
I have really a question, but I'll go to Councillor Connell first.
Well, I have an issue with 13A. I think that at committee of the whole, because committee of the whole is the meeting for discussion and not passing any motion, only to pass it onward to council. And I think that a councillor should be allowed to add anything to the agenda for the purpose of discussion at committee of the whole. Because I was elected by the citizens of District 2 to represent them. And if someone called me at 6 o'clock this morning on the way here with a concern, I should be allowed to put it on the agenda for committee of the whole. I agree with this agenda item for council, but we're here for our constituents and our citizens, and we're here to represent them. And if this passes the way it is, and I don't send something 6 days prior, then it's not going to get on the agenda. But like I said, we have the right to ask for it to go to council for a vote to be added. But if we're making policy to break it tomorrow, why don't we make it correct the first time? So because of committee of the whole being a day of discussion and looking for information, it could be a subject that we just need to send forward to staff to bring a report back to us. But if it's not allowed to be added to the agenda, then that's 30 days out for that to get on the agenda for next month. And our constituents aren't going to be that fond of that, because they want answers when they're on the phone to you. They don't even want you to get off the phone to phone anybody. So I have an issue with the way the agenda package is done. All the years I've sat here, we've been allowed to add things to the agenda.
So do you have a motion, an amendment?
Well, like I say, I'd like to see a discussion around it, because I absolutely understand the day of council is to ratify what we've talked about in discussions at meetings prior. No matter if it was PAC and PAC went to committee of the whole or whatever. But our council day is to ratify all those decisions we've made prior to council. And I agree that during the council agenda, we shouldn't be adding new requests. But under the committee of the whole, that's what committee whole is for, is discussion. And so I honestly feel that we should be allowed, if someone has a concern or something they like to add to the agenda, it should be allowed.
So do you have
I'm understanding in other jurisdictions that they make provisions on what can be added to the agenda for those committees without a vote being taken to pass anything. So my question would be is, how do we separate the agenda for council and the agenda for committee of the whole?
Another line.
Well, that's really for you to make the amendment, but I can try and help you out. I guess under A, any councilor no later than 6 business days prior to a council meeting
Yes.
may file in writing, and that leaves the committee of the whole open. Unspoken for, which would leave it maybe under C for committee of the whole. Any business not listed cannot be introduced without the approval of the councilors by unanimous consent. And we might want to change the unanimous consent to something else.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to help you out, but you're going to have to make your motion.
Yes, I'll make the motion that we, in section 13A, we add to the prior to the council meeting. So we put council before meeting. And item C is that we approve of the councilors by
Majority vote?
Yeah, I got that.
6-5 vote or whatever the majority.
Majority vote?
So you would change by unanimous consent. It would be by majority vote.
Majority vote.
Okay? I think I have that.
So,
But that would be, we might want to clarify C by saying any item of business not listed on the committee of the whole agenda.
Yes.
Just to clarify that?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a few parts there, but I think we have it. Is there a seconder to that?
Sure.
Deputy Warden seconds it. Discussion.
yeah, let's go over the motion for the first one there, the
Okay, if
A.
I have it first.
Yeah, okay, good.
So you want to add, prior to you want to add council before meeting,
Should be at council meeting, rather than the council meeting.
council
Yeah.
before meeting.
Are we at A?
In
Yes,
13A. So it would read business days prior to a council meeting. And in C, change unanimous consent to majority vote.
And it's, C will be an item of business not listed on the committee of the whole agenda.
Not listed on committee of the whole agenda.
All right, if that's clear, discussion around the table, please. Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Just to get this clear in my mind, item C is an item of business not listed on the agenda can be introduced at a committee of the whole meeting without approval of the councilors or without the approval of councilors.
Without a vote of 6 to 5.
If you want to bring something up brand new on committee of the whole, as I read it, you need a majority vote from the councilors to do that if you haven't given proper notice.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to get it straight what the thing is here.
Anticipated to work.
And that agenda, we got the not got marked out and we're leaving can be introduced at committee of the whole meeting?
Yeah, this has to be clear.
No, it's cannot because you've got without.
Yeah.
So there are two negatives there, right?
Yeah.
Make the positive.
Cannot be introduced without a majority vote.
Correct.
Can be introduced with a majority vote.
Well, but if you're using cannot, you have to use without.
That's right.
Yeah.
So which one are we doing? What is the...
Right now, the motion is to add council in front of, in item A, and add committee of the whole and majority vote in C.
Okay, yeah.
So
The approval of council.
I would like to enter the debate, so again, I'll pass the chair. I'm going to vote against this because even though things, I do appreciate things come up sometimes on the spur of the moment, but I think as you've gathered from my comments over the last number of months, I firmly believe in council being properly prepared and know what's coming rather than something coming up at the last minute. Maybe it's my legal background where you just don't bring things up without filing your documents at the appropriate time. I'm just used to that. And I think it's the best way that the council has an idea of what's coming up before even if they vote on it at committee of the whole. So I would vote against it because I think the 6 business days should refer to both committee of the whole and council meeting, and you're saved by the C, an item of business not listed cannot be introduced without the approval of the councilors by majority. So that way, the idea is you're supposed to do the 6 days before with some background information, even for committee of the whole, but you've still got the ability to go to council and say, I want to throw this on at the last minute if I get approval of the councilors. So for that reason, I'll be voting against the motion. So Deputy Warden, I think he has the chair.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Right here.
Right here.
Yeah, I see.
And then it's Clyde.
Okay, I'll be right back. Councillor LeBlanc.
Well, my legal documents come from the constituents, and they need some answers. And sometimes it's not because we need to make a decision, but something urgent has come up, and it's time sensitive, and it has to be looked at or talked about. It might be just referred to staff to look into it, to help whatever constituents deal with, or to just help me to be able to speak to the constituent on the certain issue. So we've always been able to bring those things up at any committee of the whole meeting at any time. Now that takes everything off the books. So maybe we could add another section to urgent or time-sensitive category to our agenda. So that we don't, because as Councillor Connell says, we do not get documents. We get our 6 days to write this up. We have a person that's on the other end or a group that has a problem. So I see both sides of it, and I'm just going to throw that in. Those are my documents.
Thank you. Councillor Marco?
Yeah, we're talking in the same item here, issues of council and issues of committee of the whole. Now, if I'm a little confused, you can straighten me out, but it's like the 6 day business days prior to council. Inclusion of adding to an agenda was for the committee of the whole. That's a different meeting, different issue. So that would have to wait a month to get it on the next committee of the whole. And it also would give that minimum time between committee of the whole and council to give it further thought. So I think even if you called it a notice of motion, but there should be some way of, on that committee of the whole meeting, inserting an item that has come up in less than that 6 days before the committee of the whole meeting. So are we getting a large cross between the 6 days prior to council and thinking that's the same for the committee of the whole? I think that that warrants a little bit of discussion on that one. And I think that we need to allow for introduction to the committee of the whole. Item to come up as per kind of Councillor Connell's comment that what if a citizen of some degree of importance brought something up on your way to the meeting, and it shouldn't have to wait a month before it's reacted. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sherry.
I'll be supporting it because I've been here in the past where I've had to bring items forth and put it on the agenda. It was time sensitive. We had to either discussion or I got my answer the same day. It's important because I've used it in the past. Thanks.
Councillor Connell.
Under the old policy, on page 24 of 83, 3.6, councillor members wishing to add or delete items from the agenda shall identify them at the time the agenda is approved. And it's always been a part of the policy of this council to be able to bring things forward. And it's committee of the whole, we've never, unless we've gone into a special council meeting to make a decision, no decision's ever been made in committee of the whole. It may be that it's got to be deferred to staff so we can have a staff report back by the next committee of the whole, and that's the best we can do. There's all kinds of arrangements that could pop up the way it's dealt with, but it's very important as someone elected to be able to bring the issues forward when they're asked to. And if they got to be deferred to staff or deferred to the next meeting because we need to get information, I can't stress enough that committee of the whole is for to have the discussion on what needs to be done in our county, no matter if it's a request by citizens or a request by a group, or if it's individual requests that are looking for information for our own area. So that's what committee of the whole is for. You've already alliterated the fact is that anyone can adjourn the meeting at any appropriate time they feel appropriate, and if it passes, it'll be adjourned. So I've been on council for 20-some years, and I've only seen once or twice out of the 20-some years that council got so plugged up with late additions that we had to put them over to the next meeting. It's not something that's used continuously, but at times it's needed to be open that we can do that. That's what we're elected for.
Chip, anything else? Oh, Councilor Morrison.
Thank you. Citizens phone or send you emails. And some of the matters we can bring up with the CAO. And he will give us comments or say, go see somebody else. But there are other things that require council, including its main committee, to consider. And those items, I think, and there are really exceptions to the number of comments we get on various matters, but those items are important enough that we ought not to have to say to somebody, you know, that's really important. Call me next month. Thank you.
Anything else? Now, should I hand the chair back to you to call?
Well, if it's back to me, I'll just call for the vote, I guess, if everybody's spoken. Councillor Connell's motion, I think people understand what it is, unless anybody wants it written.
I think it should be read.
Okay.
Okay, so in section 13A, it's to add the word prior, or no?
Any councillor
To, I've got my quotation marks in the wrong spot here. To add prior to council, prior to the meeting, add a council. Prior to the meeting, add a council. Prior to a council meeting in section A. It's easier for me to say what it is than what the change is. We're going to do different places. And in 13C, to add committee of the whole before agenda and change unanimous consent to majority vote.
So prior to council meeting goes at the end of A is my question, sorry.
Any councillor no later than 6 business days prior to the council meeting.
Oh, okay.
A council meeting.
A council meeting.
Change the to a council.
Okay, I'll call for the vote. I see Councillor Hudson's finger.
Yeah, but what if I had time just to make a comment? We're talking there, in one place we're talking council, and another place we're talking committee of the whole. Are we not able to bring forward new items of business at either meeting? It could be something new under the agenda for the committee of the whole, or it could be something new under the regular council meeting.
That's another.
No. That's
another motion.
The way this is worded is that you can bring something up brand new with no notice at committee of the whole for discussion, so long as, if you haven't given 6 days notice, so long as the majority of council agree that it's something that they should deal with. But if you want to bring something up at the last minute at council without giving people any notice and you expect them to decide on it, then it looks like you wouldn't be able to do it.
And you would?
You would not be able to do that.
I guess I wonder why not. If there was a unanimous consent.
No, majority.
Well, unanimous, I'm not really going to, it's not my job to argue with you or
I know.
I'm making comments with respect to the motion on the floor.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'm going to call for the vote. It's been read out. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. That looks like it's passed. Clyde, how are you? I didn't look at you.
4.
Okay, so it passes 8-3. Okay, I just have a question on the same page, 8 of 83 at the bottom under the agenda. It's got roll call and then presentations, and then disclosure of interest, and then approval of the agenda. Don't the presentations go at 11 o'clock?
This is a proposed change.
Go with the change flow. Think about it.
This is different, yes. This is new. This is different.
So you're saying that even before there's disclosures of interest or approval of the agenda, we have presentations?
Yes.
It seems a little backward to me.
Well,
Well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask staff to advise why the change.
Thank you. So if you are, often right now when we book presentations at 11 o'clock, sometimes it's 11:15, sometimes it's 11:20, sometimes it's later, and they're not part of the business of council. If you are receiving a presentation at a stated time, which is at the beginning of your meeting, before you even amend your agenda, if there's something in the presentation that you want to discuss as a body, not at the time of the presentation, then you have the opportunity to add that for discussion that day while it's still fresh and they've already presented. It also is easier to give a time to a presenter to say, presentations are the first item of business on the meeting. The meeting starts at 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock, whatever time it starts.
I agree.
That was it.
Makes sense.
Okay, well, I'm glad I pointed that out, so that's the way it would work. Okay, so there's no motion on the floor in this room unless somebody wants to change the order of the agenda.
Next.
I think, can we turn the page?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just one quick thing, if I may, Mr. Warden. It's under 13D. I appreciate receiving those electronic copies, but I personally, and I think others would agree with me, the hard copy is really the one that you like to get, because that's the one where you can make your notes and all that other good stuff. So I just want to make sure that that doesn't restrict us getting hard copies.
Nothing restricts anyone asking for that. But the intent of the policy is to let you know that it will be provided to you electronically as soon as possible. If you want a print copy, like I state every time I tell you that it's there, you can let me know and I will make sure that you have a print copy.
Do you want to make a motion, Councillor Hudson?
No, not really. No.
Well, I do.
Okay.
So I'm going to have to pass the
Pass the chair.
chair. I'm like Councillor Hudson. I have, you know, I can't do this on a. I need a hard copy, and I really do. And I guess I could print out, you know, on my home printer, 90 pages. I actually have talked over the last number of months, I guess it was a year ago now, that why councillors couldn't have the hard copy delivered to their home, rather than somebody having to drive from the East End all the way to Annapolis to pick it up, or to Lawrencetown. We're soon going to be closing down the Lawrencetown office, I think. I'd like, but if we can't get it delivered to the councillors, then I'd like to move that if that was the intent. I didn't see the intent there, because that just referred to the agenda. But if it refers to the package, I'd want the package to be available in hard copy for all councillors, if we need to say that. So I'll move that. So under 13D, the clerk shall have prepared and provided electronically and in hard copy.
Yes.
Sorry.
So can I move that change if there's a second?
I need a second. Councillor Longmire. I forgot I was in the chair.
So since I'm the mover, I don't think I'll speak again, or take the chair, even though I take the chair when I'm finished speaking. But if I actually make the motion, it seems better. If I don't make the motion, then I'll talk and take it back. But if I'm making the motion, you keep it.
Okay, so you add.
Second by Councillor Longmire. Any questions? Councillor Hudson.
I would like to make an amendment to that amendment, just to add the words for use of the councilors at the regular meetings of committee of the whole and council.
I'll add that to my motion if you want. That was my intent.
Yeah.
If the seconder will agree to that.
Yes.
Okay, any more questions on that? Any more
Is that
discussion?
at the end? Add that at the
So
end?
could we hear it?
Oh, you're adding in council, okay.
Madam Clerk, some of the council would like you to hear that motion.
Yeah, just give me a second,
Oh, yeah.
please.
Just-
Because we talk about, in D, we're talking about the committee of the whole agenda. And later on the next page in E, we're talking about the council agenda.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I see.
Well, I guess just for the circulation, we could include it in that.
Well, if that's my, if I can amend the motion to, in both places, be hard copy.
In hard copy. So, oh, you're waiting for me to tell you what the motion
Madam
is.
Clerk.
In 13D, it's to add in hard copy, so provided electronically and in hard copy for the use of councillors at the regular meetings of Committee of the Whole, add and council after Committee of the Whole.
All right. Question?
I'd like to make, if I could, I think the word regular meeting should come out. I think it just should be meetings, including special meetings.
All right.
How many amendments is that?
Deputy Clerk, is that
That's the same motion.
is that okay with you?
That was in my
Is
motion.
that okay with the seconder? Yes. We'll get a motion written here.
No, I'm not. Couldn't help myself. Nonsense, right now. So,
Yes, Councilor LeBlanc.
well, I'll let him go first because he's gonna be wordy. No,
Verbose.
Okay.
I might have, you had your hand up.
The, I guess my real question is, I don't want a hard copy. Well, I mean, I want a hard copy, but I print it at home because frankly, that's easier than driving here.
Good.
So
Very admirable.
this says that I have to have a hard copy. That's all.
Can you just make a sign?
I thought it was or and or.
Okay, Councilor LeBlanc, sorry, Councilor LeBlanc, you got something to?
Yes, what was it? Oh, when I'm looking at this, I understand this, I don't know why we have to have at and council, where on the page 9 at E, as the clerk has indicated, this one talks about the council. So why don't we eliminate council and leave it there, and then in the other one, we can add and or hard copy, and oh, that was the other thing. And or
There's no similar statement before the other one.
and an agenda under the following heading. That's the thing?
That was my intention of my second amendment to my own motion.
You got something to add to that?
You guys clarify it and let me know.
Councilor LeBlanc, you got something to add to that?
I'm all done.
Okay, Councilor Morrison.
Thank you. I'd like to refer to the recent comment by my colleague, Councillor Redden, during the course of which I'm under the impression, and I hope I have the understanding correct, that he indicated to us in quite direct language that he does not want a hard copy, and indeed would be offended if he were to be presented with one. I would like to suggest that a course of consultation, intervention, mediation, arbitration, or any other suitable word between a concerned counselor and the county clerk with the consent and permission of the chief administrative officer, a solution suitable to both parties might be arrived. Thank you.
Well said.
Okay, Madam Clerk, could we have that motion read to us, please?
In section 13D, to add in hard copy after electronically, and to remove the word regular in front of meetings, and to add after committee of the whole, add council. So it would read, the clerk shall have prepared and provided electronically and in hard copy for the use of the councillors at the meetings of committee of the whole and council, an agenda under the following headings.
Perfect. I'm going to call the question. No other comments to that? Question. All those in favor say aye, please.
Aye.
Those against? Nay? All in favor, unanimous. Oh, Councilor Bardo, I can see your...
Who's in favor?
Who's in favor? And was that included for D and E?
Does that include what?
Is that right, D and E?
We're only on D right now.
D. We're just on D for now.
And we'll do a similar motion for E.
Oh, I don't know.
We can, yes.
We can, yeah. There's an E?
Yeah, similar to E.
The next page, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Also move the same thing for E.
Thank you.
Seconder? Councilor Longmire. Now, discussion on that. Seeing none, question. All those in favor say aye. 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 All unanimous.
Okay, I have the chair back. Anything else on page 7 of 83?
Seven.
See,
Eight.
Oh,
I've got 2 pages.
Nine, hopefully.
Now,
Nine,
yeah,
hopefully.
don't go backwards.
Nine. That's right.
Yes, Councilor LeBlanc?
I'm on page 9. Are you on page 9?
We can unless somebody has something on page 8. Okay, page 9. I'll go with Councilor LeBlanc.
Okay, thank you. I've noticed 2 additions in the agenda. A media question period. I just need to have some kind of explanation on why it's there, what are we looking for, and the committee of the whole consent. It's just another word to say the recommendations are there, right? Okay. Thank you.
You go ahead. I'll tell you, I'm going to bring a motion to remove media question period. So I can put it on the floor for discussion, or you can ask your question.
No, we need to know why it's there.
Go ahead.
We considered several best practices in other places, and in the name of being open and transparent, and hopefully to have media maybe attend your meetings and be reporting directly from the horse's mouth rather than how they report now, to afford a point at the end of the meeting where any media could ask questions on the items that had been discussed on the agenda that day for their clarification.
So may I continue with that?
Sure.
So therefore, what happens is we will have it open to the media to come in, and then we will give them through motion to ask any questions to the council, which would be the persons who would answer would be, he points at you.
Always to the chair.
He points at you, but you'll look at him and say whatever. Okay, so
That's what that is. That is a new item. Can I talk about the
No, I'd like to
consent?
stay on the media thing.
Okay.
I'd like to move, I'll leave the chair. I'd like to move that we remove the media question period.
Okay, first seconder,
Okay.
Councilor Hudson.
Let me explain.
Who was the seconder, sorry?
Councilor Hudson.
So if I might, Mr. Chair, I think, as you know, one of my specialties in my law practice was media work. I represented all the newspapers in Atlantic Canada, other than the Herald and the Irving papers. And I represented the CBC at times, and I'm quite familiar with this area. One of the questions that always arises is, who's the media? There are bloggers. They have a web page. They say, I'm media. You've got a media question period. I have a right to come here and ask questions of you, even though they may be sarcastic questions or inappropriate questions or whatever. And it's a danger. It's a real danger because it gives a platform for anybody who wants to come here and speak. Now, you may recall in other parts of this policy, I could stand corrected, but any member of the public who wants to speak at a meeting, a public meeting that are here, can ask to speak, and the council will decide on a majority vote whether they will be allowed to speak or not. And so why is the media any different? If there's somebody that does come from the media and they want to ask a question, I'm not saying they can't. I'm saying, why are they special? And council will have to agree. And part of the thing that we may look at is their credentials as a media outlet. I will also say that I get calls from the media on a semi-regular basis whenever there's something that comes up. I pretty well always get back to them that day if I don't pick up the phone. I answer the questions as best that I can. So I'm available not just at council meetings, but I'm available 24 hours. Well, I sleep for about 8 hours a day. I'm available most of the waking hours of the day for any media to call me, and they do. So they don't have to come to the council meeting, because if they come to a council meeting, I'm the one that's going to respond. So I really don't see the need of a media question period. And I think it's somewhat dangerous for somebody to come here and say, well, I've got a blog, and I'm the media, and I have a right to ask whatever questions I want. So I've made a motion that be removed.
Any other comments on that? Any comments?
Right behind
Councilor
you.
Bartow.
Yeah, I can hear what the board's saying, and I agree in a way, because you don't want to open yourself up to things that they can bring up items that we normally cover in camera, and to have it brought to the floor, it creates some confusion and probably it can be problematic in how you respond to items like that.
Thank you. Anything else? Councilor Rick.
So I guess I have a question of staff. The clerk had previously mentioned that this was a way of having a best practice of some sort. I guess I'm curious about where this idea of a media question period in municipal politics is a best practice. We don't allow media in municipal and federal governing similar bodies. They happen outside of the legislatures, right? So I'm curious about where that best practice idea sort of stems from.
I'd have to look through this to see if I could find that through the working papers.
I can speak to that.
Yeah.
This is very common. I've never been in a municipality that doesn't have media questions. Certainly throughout Ontario, I don't believe I'm aware of many municipalities that don't allow the press to come and ask questions at council meetings. So it's pretty prevalent. I certainly understand what the warden's perspective is, and certainly understand his background, but you know, he may not be the warden in 3 years' time from now. There might be somebody else that might not have that same level of expertise that he has. So it's just, you know, I personally believe for transparency, it's a good position, because then there's some back and forth. And certainly to Councillor Bartow's question, we don't discuss anything in closed session at any time. So that's a relatively easy answer, but I do respect what the what the word is saying, but we would have to recognize who would be, if council were to accept this, would have to recognize what we thought was appropriate press and what wasn't.
This is my comments now, but I might. I don't know if there's a difference between media and press, as the word that CAO is used. I do kind of think, from my non-expert opinion, that media is not the general public either. I think in a democracy, media is a very important thing and plays a very important role in functional democracy. That, although in the modern era with electronic dissemination of things and blogs and like, private citizens can fill part of that role. I also have a lot of appreciation for the warden's opinion on this matter. Before, he's very convincing, and I don't have strong opinions about the nuances of this material. I'm somewhat broadly, I'm keen to leave it in. I'm also aware of the pitfalls, but vaguely aware of the pitfalls of what is media and whatnot. I understand that it can be a very broad and vague term. So I don't really know where I sit.
Councillor Morrison.
Thank you. A number of years ago, we used to have a reporter and sometimes reporters who came to every meeting and filed for local newspapers full, and some would say fulsome, reports of what happened. But at no time did that representative of the media ask questions of anybody in council while council was on. I'm not sure I'm convinced that we ought to have this, and maybe I'm rescued by the fact that the number of journalists in this province declines every day. Because of my work with the Library Boards Association of Nova Scotia, I approached another provincial organization and said, we want to start a media list. Can you send me your media list? And the representative of that organization sent me back a very long and good email pointing out the difficulties of trying to attract attention, any tidbit of attention from the media to your activities. And I guess at this particular moment, I agree with Councillor Redden's concluding remark. Thank you.
Anyone else? Oh, Councillor Tom. I'll get to you.
Yes, myself, like Councillor Morrison, there was a time that our local paper sent media here to just to take down remarks or what was made during the meetings, and I think we did at some point made it clear that the warden is a spokesperson for council. If they had any questions, he could ask the warden at a later date or later time. My fear is that I know that all of our meetings except for in-camera are open to the public, so anyone can come, and most of the news and stuff that's spread in rural communities is either Facebook or another electronic version of it. And so those fears are is that when I read those individual blogs, some of them are way off base, and I don't even know where they got their info from. So I have concerns that it's on there because of the lack of representation from the media, not electronic media. So I have the same concern, should it be on there or not.
Is that all, Councilor?
Yes, sir.
Councilor Burke.
Thank you. This is an interesting topic in many ways. I don't know if maybe it's a question of semantics, whether we could use a term like fully accredited media, which would sort of, you'd have the sheep and the goats, so to speak, or how to approach it. But it's an area that you can see both sides of the argument, from the use of folks sitting one level up here, and you see both sides of it. I don't know. How do you determine who's fully accredited? You know, if so-and-so has a little free publication that's given away, are they accredited? If they are, then, you know, maybe I want to sit in my basement and pound out a blog, and does that make me accredited? Anyway, David's back there probably smiling at me, putting something out electronically on a regular basis. However, that's another topic. Anyway, I don't know where I stand on this. I think press is a good thing. In many ways, as I mentioned one day, they're here to afflict the comfortable and comfort the afflicted sometimes, but transparency is important. I'll stop. I'm starting to blather more than I intended. Interesting question. I'm okay with taking it off, and I understand if we decide to keep it on. Thank you.
Warden.
If I could just add to that, tell a little story. I don't think I'm telling a story out of school. One of my clients forever was Frank Magazine. And you may remember over the past 2 years that Dr. Strang and the Premier had these press conferences. And then there were media questions, right? And there was somebody saying, somebody from the CBC, right? And somebody from so-and-so. Well, they didn't recognize Frank Magazine as being media. Okay, so Frank Magazine had to, I think, threaten a court application to be able to ask questions at these media events. So if we have media question here, the question won't be whether we want the person to speak, in other words, a majority vote. It'll be whether it's media. Because if he says, I'm media, I have a right to ask a question. Okay? You don't get to have the majority decide whether I ask the question. I'm media question period, I'm asking my question, you can't say no. So I'd rather just leave it that if the Register or the local paper shows up and they want to ask a question, fine, they can ask a question, but we get to decide. And I think there's a risk of getting somebody who says, well, I'm media because I've got this blog and got so many people or likes or whatever they're called, then I have a right to ask the question. So that's why I'm against having it on the agenda.
Are there any other comments? Councilor LeBlanc?
Yeah. I think the warden makes a fair point. Of course, we don't, everybody sees media in a different capacity or in a different way, and that's just the time of the sign, the signs of the time, I should say. But what I'm looking at is the fact that they can come in anytime, they can listen, they can look at our videos, the list goes on, and at the end of the day, the warden can respond and can be called and contacted in whichever way, email or phone call, and he will respond. So having all that put together, I can see that we could remove this and still not be in the wrong, because you're available at all, the warden's available at all times, so. That's the way I'm looking at it right now. Not to offend any blogger out there, because their job is just as important as, it's just a science.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Hearing none, I'm going to pose the question. I call for the question, but Madam Clerk, could you read that question? Just
To
so we know.
remove immediate
Motion.
question period from the council agenda.
There you go. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. That was a unanimous vote, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. Anything else on page 9 of 83?
Yeah, the committee of the whole consent.
Sorry.
The committee of the whole consent.
Could I ask you a question?
Sorry, I'm not with you, Councilor LeBlanc. What did you say?
Madam Clerk was going to explain the heading of committee of the whole
Consent.
consent.
That's on the
Oh,
next
committee
page.
of whole consent.
It's on
Okay.
the
Yes.
next page.
I did, it must have been all just about the recommendation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's on the next page. Do you want to, maybe we'll raise that, Councilor LeBlanc, as we turn to the next page then?
Yeah, but she's ready to answer it first.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. And I can, I'm taking it that in camera will always be at the last of these meetings.
It will now.
Yeah.
It will.
You made a motion earlier today.
I think we can turn the page to 10 of 83. Councilor LeBlanc, you want to bring up the committee of the whole consent?
Yeah.
Do you have questions? Or do you want to make a motion?
Just wondering where it came from and what's the difference, and I see Madam
So,
Clerk.
There is a bit of a difference. When you're on committee of the whole and you're making recommendations for council, you are not ratifying decisions made at council. You are considering the recommendations that are coming before you. If there are items that all of the recommendations that are made at committee of the whole will be deemed to be one motion at council. So by your consent, because you've already discussed them, you would have them listed, and you would approve them with one motion by consent. If there was an item discussed at committee of the whole, and a recommendation is made that a councillor wants discussed further at council, at the council meeting, when you're discussing your agenda, you would amend the agenda to pull that out of the consent portion and add it for discussion so that it could be discussed again if there was new information or for whatever reason. So it is to tidy the business as you move forward, rather than have all of them go and have all of the discussion all over again, to move it as one item of consent unless a councillor wants a specific one. Another reason that something could be pulled out, if a councillor wasn't present at committee of the whole but has a declared interest in an item, the councillor could ask for that item to be pulled so that he could declare an interest, he or she could declare an interest in it, so that it could move forward separately without that councillor participating. I think that probably covers what the consent would be, so.
Excellent, thank you. And when you pull it out, where do you put it? Just underneath? Like
It goes
separate
under
underneath?
new business.
Oh, that's what I heard.
So the items for consent would be there, and then each individual one would occur right after that.
Right, so
Yeah.
you just pull out number 3 and put it
Yeah,
in the box.
so-
Okay.
1 to 17 would be in that one bunch, and then 18 would be separately discussed.
Yep. Oh, great, thank you. That's great explanation.
Councilor Morrison?
Thank you. Over the years, from time to time at council, various councilors and sometimes the warden have explained to the public through this medium some of the reasoning behind the decision taken at committee of the whole to make a recommendation to council. And usually those comments involve, sometimes we spend a long time in committee of the whole on one item, and we get the council and that's it, bang. And sometimes I know I receive comments that say, I don't watch committee of the whole, but I watch council and I don't understand. So the clerk said if a councillor wishes an item to be discussed, it could be set aside. I'm not so much interested in discussing the item as I am in perhaps giving explanatory remarks to the public. Now, it might be that at the beginning of this consent process, the warden might wish to explain to the public that we have considered these fully in committee of the whole, period, and might want to have another paragraph drawing attention to a specific item which perhaps was high in the public interest. Those are my views.
So
Thank you.
you're not making a motion?
No.
Okay. Councilor Sheridan?
Just for clarity, because when it comes to council, we vote on each individual item. So what if we don't want to vote on, we want to vote nay on one instead of having it all come as one? I'm confused, and maybe it's late in the day, but how does that work?
And that happens because you have discussion at committee of the whole, and you have 7 days to consider that again before it comes before you on council. If you want it pulled out, you can pull it out.
So you're saying if I want to vote nay, I have to pull it out of the consent?
Yes.
I would think that when we're setting the agenda, you would probably say, wouldn't it be at the agenda, you want to have a separate?
Yes.
You'd want to move a certain item under new business on the agenda
Or
because you want
back under the consent items, you would want to pull that one out to be done separately.
So what if there's 9 items and maybe some other councillors don't want us, they want to vote nay on 7 of the other items, 7 different councillors, so we're back to the way we always did it.
Right.
Right?
If that happens.
Because that.
But you might not.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to get it, I'm thinking, well, what would be the difference? I'm just trying to get it clear in my head. Because a lot of times, we don't have unanimous votes on everything. So there could be those topics that would have to be pulled out continuously.
Really, it's to try to save some time.
I
The same
understand.
discussion 2 weeks in a row, really, that's the purpose of it.
Okay.
And as the clerk said, is if you wanted to express your nay vote, again, that's clearly easy to do by pulling it. But if you think of some of the motions that we give to council, and, I can think back to a couple that has taken the deputy warden, 2 or 3 minutes to read at committee of the whole. There's no discussion on it, and then when we go to the council, it takes 2 or 3 minutes to read. So it's really trying to speed up the process. If there's no dispute about the specific recommendation, to me it makes sense to do a consent, but I do understand that there are items that some councillors will want to speak to, and at the end of the day, if you pull every one of them, then it's not saving us any time.
No.
But I think that the meeting we had, the example I use, and it's not a great one, is the meeting we had at Christmas where we combined the 2 meetings. So we did the committee of the whole in the morning, we had our debate, and we came back and had the council meeting in the afternoon, and everything got approved just like that. So it's really, and I will say again, I don't like to use my past experience, but most municipalities use consent to get through things that really don't require a lot of discussion from council.
Okay, it's just new, and I just
Yeah.
wanted to be clear what was going on. Thank you.
We tried it once or twice in the past, and I don't think it was well understood.
Yeah.
Right.
So this discussion now is good.
If I could just ask a question, so if there was an 8-3 vote at committee of the whole, and so it was recommended to council, I would think that the 3 who voted against at committee of the whole would want to pull that,
Right.
and so they could vote against it at council.
Yes.
And certainly if they felt strongly that that's how they wanted to vote, noted. But the thing is, we don't record votes anyway. So if we recorded votes, certainly that makes a lot of
Well,
sense.
I think we.
But I don't think just to get in,
We're gonna
you
get,
can't.
hold on just a second. First of all, we do record, 8-3, or,
Yes.
you know,
We don't know
it's
who
not
was
unanimous. We don't, but nonetheless, if it's 8-3 and you're a council, you can say I voted against it. You can see it's 8-3 and I was one of the 3. And there's also, later on, as the clerk is going through this, there's a proposal that each vote be a recorded vote, if I can put it in one sentence.
Yeah.
But, that aside, I think my fear is that somebody just doesn't speak up when it's 6 all at one time and they forgot that they voted against this one and that one. It's not enough for me, it's just not enough for me to make a motion, but I'm concerned. So, Councilor LeBlanc.
But not only just because they voted against, maybe it's something that I would like to discuss again because I
for sure, you can pull it out.
So it's not just I'm pulling it out because I voted against it.
Right.
No.
I want to show that I voted against it. To me, it would be you pull it out because
Absolutely.
you want
Right.
more questions asked, not. I don't even know what words I want to use there. That to me is the point as far as I see it, but maybe I think I'm on track.
No, that's exactly it. And
Okay.
there are going to be those that some councillors will want to pull, and there's a number of them that council is happy with the way that, if it was an 11-0 vote, do we need to discuss it again? Or some of them just, a lot of them are housekeeping anyway. So it's really just trying to speed the process up between the two.
And then part 2 is you pull it out if you have some kind of interest.
Right.
You can leave the room.
So you can declare an interest in it.
Right.
Because you need to declare an interest even if you weren't at the first meeting where it was discussed.
But I mean, but if you would forget at the top where you declare your interest, you could do it then too, right?
Yes.
Just asking, right? Pulling it out and declaring, okay. All right, thank you.
It's almost 3 o'clock. We have an in-camera meeting. I'm fading. Although I'm older than everybody other than one person in the room.
So we get a motion? What?
I would like to, and I'll keep going if you want, I'd like to declare a recess and then come back to the in-camera meeting.
Good.
So what do you do
Do I
with
get a
this?
sense of council that, we're not going to finish this today, obviously, so we'll have to set another day to keep going on this. But I'm looking for the view of council. If you want to keep going, I don't see that you do if I look around. So I'm prepared to call a recess. So the idea is we'll come back and do the in-camera. When we finish the in-camera, then we'll reschedule the continuation of this special committee of the whole meeting. So I'll call a recess now for, let's call it, come back in 10 minutes at 3:10. Okay, thank you. We're back from the recess at a special committee of the whole meeting. We're going to amend the order of the day to move the in-camera session to commence now. Is there a motion to do that?
Move in
By
camera.
the Deputy Warden,
camera.
seconded by Councilor Connell. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. So now I'll entertain a motion to go in camera.
So moved.
Moved by the Deputy Warden, seconded by Councilor Longmire. Any discussion?
That's section 22(2)C, personnel matters.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. So we're back into the public session, reviewing the agenda. We're still on the policy. We have to have another meeting to continue with our discussion on the procedure policy and the human resources policy. We have a council meeting next Tuesday. I'm not available Monday. I could do Wednesday or Thursday.
How does
Not
Wednesday
Wednesday.
work for people?
Which, that's,
Wednesday is the stand tech exercise.
Oh, are those still
29.
going on?
That's the 29th.
29.
What about the 28th?
How about the 28th?
Yeah.
Tuesday, 28th, is that what I hear around the table?
Tuesday, 28th, yeah.
Clyde, is that okay?
I may not be
28,
here.
28.
Oh,
Carolyn may know.
Yeah, I guess.
That week I've got to pick up my daughter at the airport.
So what
I
day
think
works
you
for
need to
you?
be here. Hear the offer.
Yeah.
policy.
And I'm not sure which day it is that week.
So how about the 29th? If we book
That
one or
week,
the
I
other.
don't know.
Yeah, that week, I'm not sure.
We can't the 29th.
Okay,
That's
be the
it.
first
What's
of
the
July.
29th?
The planning.
Well, yeah, it's
thing.
I'm not available.
When do you think you'd know? These are just one day, then you'll be away.
I had booked 2 days off. I had booked the Monday and Tuesday, but then she wasn't sure she was coming back on the
I
Friday.
think they got 2 times.
And then I would take vacation on either side of the long weekend, because that's what you're getting into.
So it's,
That
yeah,
week.
for the first issue is a holiday.
Yeah.
So what's wrong with the 23rd and the 24th?
Oh.
So they were having a conversation. Just show them what they.
You're off,
I
the
have to take
23rd.
my daughter to the airport.
Oh, okay.
On the 23rd, no, on the 23rd, I'm out in the afternoon, but I'm on, the 24th and the 22nd.
That's Friday, we could.
So I'm not available on the Friday.
Okay, so that
Where are
one's
you now?
out.
What date are you guys working
That
for?
one's out.
So
What about June, the 21st or something?
July. June 21st, we have committee, or we
Oh,
have
that is council.
Wednesday, the
regular council.
22nd?
Yeah, Wednesday, the 22nd.
Oh, boy.
June.
What time, does anybody, I have a meeting, but do you have a meeting that
I
day?
could do Wednesday, the 22nd.
I don't have.
You can't? Fuzzy, you said no.
What about Thursday, the 23rd?
I have
I'm
an
off in the
appointment that
afternoon.
day.
You're off in the afternoon.
Okay, what about the 14th of July?
Did you just pull that out of the air?
No.
Well, what about,
Can't we look at the 5th of July?
I've already,
Or the 5th?
You're gonna start people's vacations and stuff in July and August.
well,
That's our date for June. Is there any time in June? This week?
Very tough.
None this week?
I think Carolyn needs to be here,
yes.
Yeah.
right? So Carolyn, again, you're off on
Wednesday?
23, 24, 27, 28.
2 of those, yeah. I'm not sure which of those, but I'm off on the 16th and 17th.
What happened to the 20th of June?
Yeah,
That's a Monday.
What about the
it's a
15th?
Monday.
I'm not available on the 20th.
No, I get it on the
15th,
15th
yeah.
or the 20th.
he's not available. The 15th is
Right.
Wednesday.
What about the 20? I think we have to do it, we're all together, otherwise it will be a mess. But
Yes.
if you don't know, I guess we have to assume you're gone those 4 days.
Yeah, if the 23rd works for people, I'll have to see if someone else can drive my son to his appointment.
No, that's not fair.
That's Thursday, the 23rd.
I
Thursday.
have one appointment that day in the morning, but I could be here after lunch. if that's-
That's not fair.
You could come in on Zoom.
No, I have an appointment.
No, he has an
I'm
appointment.
not.
I mean, instead of driving down here for
Lynn, did
the
you
time it takes you to get.
say you're not available on the 23rd?
Well, I do a 16 reverse, so I do a night and a day. And I honestly can't change it. I could be here at 3. That's the earliest.
What dates are you
You want to
available?
go to after
We're
that
gonna need a full day.
July 5th.
for a 12-hour shift.
We got East End that night.
July
We can do it
5th?
during the day.
July 4th or 5th?
July 4th is all day.
Not for us.
No.
Or just
Way
the
off.
At least for me, I'm retired.
first is.
How about July the 5th?
Well, I've had to change things twice already.
Okay, so that's no good for you.
For July, that week is gone.
What about July 7th? I know Wednesdays are no good for Fuzzy. July 7th is the Thursday.
I can't do
Yeah,
Thursdays.
Can't do Thursdays, and Fuzzy can't do Wednesdays. So we have to stick to a Tuesday?
What about the 6th? What happened to the 6th?
Alex not available that one week.
Yeah.
Alex is not available for the week.
And the 24th is out.
Well, we're back to the 11th.
I mean, I don't mind if you have a go at it by yourself, really. If you can get everybody else on a day and I'm not available, that's okay.
What did we say,
Where are you
the
gonna get the words
27th or
from?
not, Carolyn, right?
The 11th.
I'm not sure.
So could we do tentative, just in case
Lawyer
Carolyn
alone.
figures out that could we start
That's
there?
up to Carolyn.
I don't think we should impose on
They haven't,
something that's already taken on.
they haven't confirmed a flight for that, but
Yeah,
if you,
I just thought if we could start there and move forward.
Well, if we could fix a time, and if it turns out Carolyn can't be here, then we'll have to.
The 28th was no?
Well, then at the council meeting next week, we'll set a new date if these don't work. How's that?
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
27th?
27th? Monday the 27th, going once.
So,
You got the 27th down?
so
27th?
I'm good.
27th at what time?
9 o'clock, so we can get done early.
Yeah, this takes a while.
This takes
27th,
time.
9 o'clock of June, right?
Yeah, 27th, and if Carolyn can't make it, we'll discuss it at the committee of the whole next week.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Well,
Council.
at council. At 9 o'clock.
So that will be to finish the recommendation report AM 1.2.0 committees account.
To continue the consideration of.
And the HR policy, which is going to take you just as long, if not longer, just saying.
Oh, is that right?
It's another long-legged one like this. Yeah.
Is there anything in that HR policy about, spending long days chained in a room?
Long days and nights and weekends.
Trying to
So that
change
will be a
glad to
special
happy?
committee of the whole again.
Okay, council, we've decided that we're going to meet on the 27th of June to continue the review of the two policies. And if the clerk finds out between now and next Tuesday that she's not available, we'll have to go another time. Agreed?
Agreed.
Okay, I'll undertake, I'll receive a motion to adjourn if anybody, Councilor Crouch moves. Yeah, seconded by the Deputy Warden. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.